Rumble Live too, man. Good morning. I hope you guys are doing all right. It's happening, man. I mean, Trump was basically telling us it was going to happen. You know, it's happening. It is happening. Launch this bad boy right here. Are you guys sleeping too? That's what I was wondering. Like, is anybody even going to be awake? I mean, there's a lot of people awake apparently on some of the other channels, news channels. But I think what's going to happen is people are going to be slowly waking up to this and be like, "Oh my god!" You know. Tapping and pimping. All right. All right. So, let me just start here. So, as of February 28th, today, almost 4 in the morning, multiple credible news outlets are reporting that the United States, in coordination with Israel, has launched military strikes on Iran. This follows weeks of escalating tensions over failed nuclear negotiations. Of course, it's always nuclear negotiations, right? I thought, wasn't that what the last attack was about? I don't know. I thought it was because of the protesters being murdered, but Iran's ballistic missile program and a significant U.S. military buildup in the Middle East. President Donald Trump confirmed the U.S. involvement in a video message to Truth Social as major combat operations aimed at eliminating threats from Iran's regime, including its missile capabilities, every time it's the same thing, and nuclear ambitions. George Bush, explosions have been reported in Tehran and other Iranian cities, with Iran vowing retaliation. The Pentagon has named the U.S. Operation Epic Fury. What the hell? Somebody said, what about Nancy? Yeah. These people, man, it's too early. It's too early. I got to sip on this energy. I got to sip on this energy drink. Oh, my God. Are you up? Yeah, I'm up, fortunately. Okay, yeah, so keep talking about it. Focus. Okay, so Trump put out a video message. I'll find out so we can listen to it. Aimed at eliminating threats from Iran's regime. And they called this Operation Epic Fury. And so, okay, in the recent weeks, we have U.S. deployed a massive military presence in the region, including over 150 cargo flights, 50 new fighter jets, such as the F-35s and F-22s. The F-35 made me think of that former military that got caught training Chinese people. Not Chinese people, but the Chinese. Aircraft, well, they probably were Chinese people, I guess. Aircraft carriers in roughly half of the global C-17 Globe Master Fleet. This buildup, the largest since the 2003 Iraq invasion, was intended to pressure Iran during nuclear talks in Geneva. Talks stalled over U.S. demands for Iran to dismantle nuclear facilities, ship enriched uranium, and agree to zero or minimal enrichment, while Iran sought substantial sanctions relief and refused concessions. U.S. officials warned of strikes if no deal was reached, with Trump threatening bad things for Iran. Iran under President Mossad Pezeshkian vowed no concessions, and U.S. plans reportedly included options for targeting leaders. So what happened was early, 3:30 a.m., about an hour and a half ago, Israel announced a preemptive and preventative attack on Iran, with explosions heard in Tehran and other areas. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu stated the strikes aimed to remove an existential threat. It's always an existential threat. What happened to the protesters they were talking about? The thousands and thousands and thousands of protesters are being... It's another bomb, another nuclear bomb. I thought they destroyed the... Wasn't that the previous attack that they destroyed the bomb? Okay. An Israel source confirmed coordination with the U.S. An official confirmed American forces participated in an airstrike and sea strikes, making joint operations with Israel. The scope includes targeting military sites, missiles, and nuclear facilities with operations expected to last multiple days. Multiple days. So Trump did an 8-minute video. Let's find that video. Trump did an 8-minute video on Truth Social. Okay, let's find out. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Let's get a hold of that pimp. Good morning. If you guys get what city? Right now, this live is AP from the Middle East after U.S. and Israel launched attack. It just says from the Middle East. Oh, this says live view of Tel Aviv. I want a live view of Iran.
141 American military.
Okay, this is the Truth Social video. Let me just start from the beginning then. Hold on a second.
Courageous Iranian people to take their destiny into their own hands.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days.
Whoa.
In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer.
Well, let's bring in our security and defense editor, Deborah Haynes, now. So, Deborah.
Okay, they didn't play the full video. Let me see. Somebody sent me the video. What's this, the video? Yeah, this is the video. Let's listen. I want to hear the whole video. I don't want to hear this little snippet. Yeah, this is what Trump had to say. I know these people always cut him off, so I need to hear the source from the horse's mouth.
Its military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never
How you guys feeling?
have
What do you think,
a
man?
nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called.
I don't know why I thought I was going to hear roadside assistance. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Welcome. There was an attack. They said the attack's going to be over the next couple of days. I did a little recap a bit ago about what was going on. Right now we're watching a message that Trump has put out. If you could help me out with the like buttons, it's really early. It's 4 in the morning. Most people are probably sleeping. Somebody DM me all caps. Where are you? I was in bed, like most people, you know, probably in bed. So, and before I started the live, I heard like the missile warning stuff. So we're going to be probably hearing some more. Maybe they're hoping that these people will just, you know, give up and hand in. I'm going to be taking a look at that flight radar. There's pictures, there's video. They're saying reportedly breaking reports the commander-in-chief of Iranian army was assassinated. Reportedly, that's what they're saying. Okay. Iran response will be swift. I mean, I don't know what is Iran really going to do? That they've never done anything. We're it's imminent. It's coming. What are they? They've never done anything. What exactly are they going to do? U.S. officials said they expected that Iran would retaliate swiftly against any attack and likely launch missiles on American bases. Okay, and embassies. Iran's proxy network is a paramilitary forces is also expected to strike American interests in the region. Will there be terrorist attacks? I don't know, probably not, but
to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail.
Anti-missiles?
To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered, don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight.
Damn.
Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond.
Damn.
America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
With the knowledge now and the confirmation that the U.S. has been involved in strikes on Iran, let's bring back senior national security correspondent Courtney Kube. She is on the phone for us. Courtney, what else are you hearing from your sources?
Yeah, so what we're trying to figure out right now exactly what Richard was talking about, and that's the target. We do not believe that the U.S. anyway was involved in any kind of leadership targets here, but what we have been hearing in recent days and what we were expecting out of these strikes was the U.S. Sending a message about either Iran's ballistic missile program or their nuclear program. Now, we already saw with Midnight Hammer a pretty strong message back in June where they struck 3 different sites. They were able to basically implode at least 2 of those during those strikes. But we know now from President Trump and from Secretary of State Marco Rubio and others in the Trump administration that they were concerned that Iran was beginning to rebuild its program. But it's not just that.
Ready?
In recent days, we've been hearing more about their ballistic missile program. That is not new. That program has been building and advancing in recent years, especially with the help of some allies of Iran. And we heard from President Trump in the State of the Union that he was concerned about them trying to pursue an intercontinental ballistic missile that could strike the United States.
What?
That also isn't new. In the Defense Intelligence Agency here in the United States has been warning that as part of their space-based program, Iran has been trying to pursue an ICBM and may in fact have several dozen of them by 2035. So because of that, among the possible targets here would be their ballistic missile program, and specifically anything that would either send a sign or really impact their growing program for an intercontinental
you can hear stuff going on.
missile. Again, it's not a new program, but their growing program in that. Again, we're still trying to figure out exactly what the U.S. and Israel struck here and exactly where. But those are among the things I would expect the U.S. would be involved in here. Not necessarily leadership even though there's been a lot of talk of regime change, but more trying to have a real impact or at least send a signal against the Iranian nuclear program or ballistic missile program.
And Courtney, we know that in Iran, the first day of the week is actually on Saturday. It's Saturday morning there. We know millions of people were either at work and in school or
First day of
on
the
their
week?
way. Do we know anything?
Yo, there's Saturdays or Mondays in Iran? Wow. That's like hell or something. That's hell. What the hell? It's the beginning of the week. Okay, so yeah, let's keep I'm kind of curious. Let me see what other sources we have available as far as like live feeds. This is the AP. They have 4.6. I think again, it's really early. I think people will start to wake up. Iran attack and see this happening. That's live right now, the audio you hear. So Trump gave a very stern warning, or here's the BBC. Trump gave a very stern warning about, I think this attack was like just your last chance to get out of this situation. Give up, put your arms up, arms down. I have a map too, live map. Flight radar, okay, I can do that. Oh yeah, there's a lot of big stations covering this right now. Live in Jerusalem. So yeah, this is retaliatory strikes coming back, you know. Is Israel going to be attacked? American bases, embassies. Now we're all over the place. We got Iran, we got Mexico, Venezuela. James, thank you. Thank you for the 10, man. Thank you for the early morning support. Good morning, man. In the dead of the night. Let me look at there's a bunch of articles too with updates. Iran State News Agency IRNA is reporting explosions in the city. That was 42 minutes ago. Isfahan. Oh, there's a bunch of updates. Let me just scroll to the latest. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps said in a statement on Telegram that it had launched a wave of missiles and drones on Israel in retaliation. So that was just now. Maybe that's why we're hearing those sirens. 2 weeks ago, Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican of the South Carolina, told me that he expected it would be weeks, not months, before the United States launched an attack. And here we are. I think anybody that's been following, I mean, he's been literally telling you, it's imminent, it's happening, you know, take cover. U.S. hit in Bahrain. United States. Yeah, that door. What? Same, like the outside. What? Thing. Oof. Jeez. Okay, we should be coming back. We'll just give it a second to see people are there if they can see what's going on, and then I'll explain. Shit's weird at this house right now, man. Shit is weird. It's the Iranians, man. Maybe it's part of the attack. I lost 1,500 people. 1,500 people. Can you guys confirm in the chat you see me? You confirm we're alive. The only thing that survived was Starlink, and that's Starlink was for Rumble. I don't know, whoever was here yesterday might remember. There we go, we're back. There's some type of power issue outside, and my T-Mobile modems are out there. And so Yesterday, I moved everything in. It was all this huge conniption shit. Well, the power outlet on the outside is right by this window on the outside. On the inside, there's another power outlet. So I ran the stuff through the window to the inside. It's almost close. The one inside is really close, almost to the outside one. The same shit happened this morning just now. All the power on this side, just that outlet by the outside outlet, the inside completely cut out. So my modems was hooked up to it, and then the other connection too. And so I had to move it to another outlet. Hopefully, I don't know, hopefully it stays and that's fine. But somebody's coming out later today to take a look at it. We'll see. Hopefully, if not, I'm gonna get somebody to do it myself. God Almighty! Did I miss anything? Bloop, bloop. Where's this at? Oh, live from Tel Aviv. They playing that in Tel Aviv? All right, let's see what's going on. More updates. Hopefully we get people back. Hopefully they come back. Oh, we got 1,000 people back. 1,000. Well, 1,000 people in here. We'll see if we rebuild it. Start over. We started to GoFundMe for your safe return. Dude, I don't know what's going on with the power shit. I didn't have all these problems. I had internet problems, now I have power problems. They still talking about Savannah this morning. People getting bombed and shit. They're still, Savannah Guthrie offers $1 million. The U.S. Embassy in Manama made a post. There are media reported threats of missiles and drones over Bahrain. The U.S. Embassy in Manama urges citizens in Bahrain to shelter in place. Review security plans in the event of an attack. Facebook is blocking anyone who comments on show. That's why I stopped streaming on Facebook. I only post over there. Post pictures and text. That's it. Thank you, Job. Appreciate that, man. It's been a battle. I can't believe I woke up to another battle. I wonder if like the outlet out there always had problems from when I first moved in. You could hear like the staticky sound. And but I wonder if it's like too much power being drawn. The 3 modems out there and then the lights. I don't know. But I need an extension cord too, because I might have to separate one of my internet connections from the modems outside. I don't want them to be on the same power outlet, you know, because then everything goes out. There's footage of Iran's missile strike on U.S. Navy in Bahrain.
Shelter in place. Missile threat warning. Sergeant, shelter immediately. Shelter in place. Missile threat warning. Sergeant, shelter immediately. Shelter in place. Missile threat warning. Sergeant, shelter immediately. Shelter in place.
Wow. So they're gonna start retaliating on embassies, U.S. bases over there. U.S. military strikes have hit major sites in Iran, including Iranian Parliament, National Supreme Council, Ministry of Intelligence, Iranian Atomic Energy Agency. There have also been major cyber attacks. Iran targeted the United States Naval Station. Yeah, that's what people are talking about. Iranian missiles launches against Israel, Qatar, and UAE continue. Job for 9, thank you for the battles you fight. Appreciate that. Okay. Let me see what else we can find and pull up.
Breaking news to our viewers now. The Reuters news agency is just reporting this breaking news that the Bahrain says their service center of the U.S. Fifth Fleet has been subjected to a missile attack, according to the state news agency. This is coming from the Bahrain state news agency, saying the service center of the U.S. Fifth Fleet has been subject to an attack. And Roger, what's your analysis of that, given that President Trump had warned there may be US casualties? We certainly don't know if there has been at the moment, but also the number of US bases around the region.
Yeah, certainly, and this is always one of the risks of this kind of response. The US has moved a carrier battle group off the coast of Israel, and that provides significant air defence capability to Israel in the event that Iran is targeting Israeli targets, and has also moved air defence assets around the region, but you can't protect every asset all the time. And so if you're the Iranians, you're probably going to go to perhaps less well-defended US targets, and perhaps the Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain, perhaps US air bases in the UAE or Qatar. That might be the kind of target that the Iranians would select. It not only targets the United States, but also sends a message to Gulf Arab states that there's cost to be borne when the US undertakes military action against Iran. So it's a pretty complex situation at the moment.
It's an extremely complex situation. The Reuters news agency is also now reporting that sirens have sounded in Kuwait. And you mentioned Qatar, and of course the US's biggest military base is in Doha, and that was struck last year in the 12-day war, wasn't it? And some Qataris were actually killed in that. What risk is there of the moment of a wider conflict, of Gulf Arab states becoming embroiled in this? And to what extent will Donald Trump and the US military have engaged with those countries to, if not seek their approval, warn them of this?
Yeah, listen, I mean, that's a very good question. If you were the Iranians, as we said before, you understand that Israel is so heavily guarded that you might want to do a non-conventional approach to your response. So try to target US targets in the region. There are air bases in the UAE, there are air bases, US air bases in the UAE and in Qatar. There's US military bases in Kuwait and Bahrain and Saudi Arabia, which are less heavily defended than Israel. So if you can engage targets in those countries, there's a direct link between the US attack on Iran, but it also widens the response. And certainly the Gulf states, for a whole variety of reasons, don't want to be enveloped in an Iranian response. So if you're Iran, then you do envelop Gulf states in the response. Then they're going to start to look to the United States and start putting pressure onto them about what their strategic aims and goals are. So you might do less against Israel and more against Gulf Arab states that host US bases. As we said, you need to be very sure about what the response is going to be before you undertake such significant military action. So it's an unfolding story, but it could go in a number of directions.
Roger, at this stage, what's known about Iranian capabilities, military capabilities? Within hours last year, in June of the 12-day war, Israel had control over Iranian skies, and we know they certainly struck a lot of targets. But it's the ballistic missile capability in particular that Israel and the Arab states will be worried about, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. As you pointed out, Israel and the United States have air supremacy, so really there's a very limited risk of aircraft being shot down over Iranian airspace or in other countries. But the issue is how confident are you that you can degrade
the Iranian Good morning.
missile capability to such a degree that it's ineffective? And part of the
Good morning. Attack, man. They said this could go over several days. Trump issued a warning. We had another power outage today. Somebody's supposed to be coming later to take a look at what's going on. I might have to separate some of the power later usage to keep the streams going if there's problems. Let me check for some more updates. Early morning, they're saying Iran is retaliating on multiple U.S. facilities, military facilities. Iranian president is safe, they're saying. Acting head of his office says. You missed, bitches. Wow. Okay. Iranian Interior Ministry says it will preserve order and peace. Sounds of explosions, constant explosions in central Tehran. I want to even get like I want a Tehran live feed. Who's out there streaming in Tehran? Oh, you know, is there TikToks? Let me see, Tehran live. Who are you talking to? Love, calm down. What are you, my mother? Calm down. Calm down. Quiet, you. You're in the other room. Calm down. I'm trying to sleep, son. Get out of here with that bullshit. The war. There's a war going on. People being bombed in a town. Oh, be quiet. Calm down. Stay quiet. Stay quiet. Do as mommy tells you. Fuck out of here. You think you're my mother? Mama's love. Mama's love. I'm looking at the flight radar. Let me see what else we got. Iranian missiles flies through air defense and hits the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet. Oh. I might have to do like a little... the best way to set this up so I can show you guys clips in and out. Show you clips. Oh, check that out. Oh, wow. Sweaty, there's thousands of people dying. Can you keep it down, please? You're a little too loud for me. Calm down, Sweaty. None of it's real anyway. It's all a distraction. What is this distracted from this time? Every event, they're like, it's a distraction. What is this? What is it this time? That is crazy to see that, man. Wow. Okay, Iran has a little bit of smoke. We've been waiting to use this all my life. Well, at least we're up and running again. Let me see what other updates we got going on out here. Oh yeah, let me check this guy out. He's good. Unconfirmed reports claim that Iranian missiles are targeting the USS Abraham Lincoln. That is nuts, man. There's no way they got the juice like that. Iran? No. It's impossible, bro. Somebody said there's no way an Iranian missile will hit the carrier. Yeah, they have a lot of defenses. Let's see here. Somebody posted and said that the USS Abraham Lincoln... It's kind of a little loud. Hold on a second. Sounds like we're inside of a washer or something. The USS Abraham Lincoln, the CVN-72, is one of the most powerful warships ever built. A Nimitz-class nuclear carrier carrying up to 90 aircraft with full strike group surrounding it, including destroyers, cruisers, submarines. Iran knows exactly what they're targeting. This is a picture. Let me show you guys this. So reportedly, there's nothing concrete. Unconfirmed reports, actually, claim the Iranian missiles are targeting this. I don't know if you want that smoke. I don't know. For them, it might be like, you know, swatting a fly or, you know, boom, boom. See what they're saying here.
After these strikes are continuing going on and they're going to last. One of the aspects that we need to look into is what within the regime, what leadership is remaining, who was killed, who was wounded, who was taken out. Has the cyber element completely isolated the command and control aspect? You know, there's a lot going on. But Eyal, I see you're waving your hand, so I don't know if you have breaking news. Go ahead.
No, not breaking news, but I wanted to comment on the regime change. It's too early. There are going to be waves that would take down, by far more military besiege, police, and all those people who are have been brutalizing the Iranian people. And then the Iranian people are 90 million people Some of them who are in the regular army have weapons. Other things may happen in the next 3 or 4 days that we just don't know about. So I would say let's just wait.
In terms of command and control inside Iran, we had reports that there were 4 layers of command already pre-planned in anticipation of this war. Iran, during the negotiations and since 12-day war, was expecting this war to happen. And in fact, there were reports that this strikes might, or Iran was actually betting on war because it felt that a prolonged war will effectively strengthen its negotiating power. The thought is that America and neither America nor Israel can afford a prolonged war. I was in Saudi Arabia during the 12-day war, and people in Saudi Arabia had felt themselves very detached from what was happening. In fact, the airspace was open, the flights were happening. And I think this time round is a very different psychology. People in the region are awakened to the fact that the war, this war is much more serious than what was happening before, and their lives will be affected, and there will be that psychological pressure not to prolong the war. So there's always the possibility that this will be a short conflict, and then they will go back to negotiating table. That is certainly one of the options that Iran was considering.
This is actually inaccurate. So, based on reports from the regime itself, so the Telegraph, for example, cited an IRGC commander, and this was even published in regime media. And an IRGC naval commander openly and vocally dissented with Khamenei. And recently, one of the IRGC heads of intelligence, again in regime state media, went so far as to say, yes, we are aware of defections and other competing intelligence apparatus. So in the Islamic Republic, there are at least a dozen competing intelligence agencies, and he mentions he mentions 3 or 4 of them, where he says, yes, we've heard of dissent and even outright defections, even within the IRGC. So if you look at statements coming from members of Majlis, which is parliament in the Islamic Republic, they are quite vocal about them not being able to withstand strikes from the regime, and they are aware that this is this intervention, this what is going on now together with the Americans and Israelis, the outcome is regime change. And that is why we've also heard of the diplomats of the regime just abandoning their posts and taking refuge in this embassy, that embassy. So those in the regime do know this is the end. And they know negotiations are not going to happen. This is an all-out war. This is their last standing fight, and they know it.
James,
but Danny, I have another question for you. What's also interesting is that the IDF have called the operation the Roaring Lion. So why do you think they call it like that?
Sorry, was this a question?
I don't know, but seeing that line is, listen, I don't think the Prime Minister Netanyahu has concealed or withheld his association with the Crown Prince. He's met him in person. We've had defense ministers, well, not defense ministers. Let me take that back. But journalists within Israel.
Okay, I gotta jump in. Sorry. Axios is reporting. In a second. The IDF has conducted strikes against the Supreme Leader Khamenei and President Pezeshkian, Israeli officials tell Axios. So, I just got that notification from my app. I'll share it there. But we kind of suspected this, but this was being very specific of the attack. That is the interesting aspect here. Again, there's one thing of targeting the symbology, right? The presidential palace, let's say, or whatever. That's one thing. This isn't the message. This was a directed assassination attack, per Axios, directed against the Supreme Leader and the President.
Oh.
Because there was this idea that there's going to be a target against, let's say, the clergy, the Supreme Leader's office, kind of that aspect, and maybe lead the President, who's kind of like, a moderate. I don't want to get into the debate of it. Just hear me out, right? And there's the idea: can you separate the two? And then that's kind of like the technocratic government. That is not happening?
This is correct, Sitra, you're correct, because even during the 12-day war, it was either Pezeshkian or Shamkhani, who was a close advisor to Khamenei, where he says Pezeshkian, who was the head of the executive branch, Ejei, who was the head of the judiciary, and Ghalibaf, who is the head of, he's the speaker of parliament. So the three heads of the Islamic Republic, excluding Khamenei, were hiding in a bunker. And it turns out the Israelis did strike in that proximity, but they managed to escape. So, if you look at what happened, transpired during the 12-day war, and what is happening now, and if you look at the statements from Israeli officials, whether it's the current defense minister Israel Katz or the previous Israeli defense minister Yoav Gallant, Benjamin Netanyahu, he's said it explicitly time and time again. For the Israelis, the outcome that they're pursuing is regime change. They will never reconcile with the Islamic Republic, and they will never settle with negotiations with the Islamic Republic.
Freedom to the Iranian people, that's the goal.
Hey, I'm in some group chats with Baluch and different groups. The Baluch have gotten very active on their socials. Has anybody seen anything about them being armed or anything?
I would just again be very cautious.
No, obviously.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. Look, the thing is, I think what is clear as day, there is no question now whatsoever in any sense or shape or form that this is not only a regime change type of operation, but it is this isn't like maybe the argument. I remember, for example, Craig, like, oh, we're going to knock out IRGC but leave the supreme leader early. This is full blown across the board. All elements of the Islamic Republic's government, from the legislative branch, probably from the executive branch, from the judiciary, from the military, across
region. And
the
finally,
board.
I would just say
That is what they tried to do in the first strike, and that's what
while
we're
we
seeing.
are getting the.
I want to hear this guy.
So, this is. So I had to jump in with that, and then hold on. Okay, Israel. Okay.
Oh.
Again, this is from Israeli media, but these are the guys who are conducting the operations. Quote, Israel's Channel 12 reports that an Israeli source assesses there has been, quote, major success in assassinations targeting the Iranian leadership. Again, I'll read that one more time. Israel's Channel 12 reports that an Israeli source assesses there has been major successes
Thank you, Debbie.
in assassinations targeting the Iranian leadership. These were kind of the key aspects that we're missing. We're starting to see more reports.
Okay, we're going to check back in with him. I want to hear a live report too in a second here. And, this report that somebody said in the chat, we mentioned it a bit ago, that Iranian missile directly impacted the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain. I'll show you. Let me see. I think I had it here. I want to see if I can show. Here it is. Let me see if I can show you guys this video again. We can check it out real quick to see. Pretty wild to see that they hit this place.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay.
Damn.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay.
Shit. That's gotta be wild to just be driving like, oh. Let me take a few screenshots. I think I'm gonna update the thumbnails and do a fresh title since we lost people with the connection power. With my luck, this guy shows up later and we're still streaming. So look at the power. That is wild. You see the missile come in, land right in there. Okay. You can kind of hear them like kind of speed up too, like I'm getting the hell out of here. Let's see. Damn, that's wild, yo. Wow. Okay. Oh. Let me pull on this live report too. Just want to hear what they're saying. Kind of curious if it. Where's it at? Here we go.
In Iran, striking multiple targets in coordination with Israel. Explosions could be heard in Tehran earlier. Smoke was seen billowing throughout the capital city there. Iran has vowed to retaliate, and already there are other explosions that have been heard throughout the region. Israeli residents are being told to shelter in place in preparation for possible retaliation. The president a short time ago released a video statement on Truth Social shortly after the operation began. We're going to play that for you now as we continue our live breaking news coverage.
Good for the people that missed it. Yeah, the president had a
short
message.
time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon.
I thought y'all got rid of it, the last bomb.
That is why
they said it was so good. It was so good. It went in the ground.
June,
yeah.
We obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades.
Sorry, guys.
They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties.
That's sad, though, too.
That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere.
Damn,
when we
man.
are finished, take over your government. It will
Take
be
over your
yours
government.
to take. This will be probably your only chance
Your only
for
chance.
generations.
Jeez.
For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
You've been listening to President Donald Trump a short time ago in a recorded statement posted on his Truth Social account overnight, again detailing the U.S.-Israeli military operations targeting Iran that began within the last several hours. Among the comments he said, as we show you some of the video from that region right now, he made very clear that his intentions were to, quote, devastate Iran's military, to eliminate its nuclear program, and ultimately to bring about change in the Iranian government. In the lead up to this, with that region on edge, the president, only a matter of hours ago before departing the White House for his Mar-a-Lago property, had said that he was in effect not happy, dissatisfied still with Iran's handling of the U.S.'s desire for it to back away from its nuclear program. But it had remained an unanswered question exactly what the intended result was from U.S. military strikes, were they to happen. The president here making clear that the desire is to complete many things at once. Again, regime change, to remove its ability to produce nuclear weapons, and ultimately to destroy its military. Specifically, he returned whatever he refers to its Navy. He says to the people of Iran, if they hear
Now's
his
the
message,
time.
in their effort to rise up, he
Wow.
says, it will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. We do have team coverage from around the globe, from here in the United States to the region. I want to begin with our senior national security correspondent, Courtney Kuby. You can see my colleagues there as well, Keir Simmons, Richard Engel, and others. Courtney, let's start with this, if we can, with some of the details about what we know is taking place. It's worth taking a step back and realizing that the president, in effect, in the statement is making his case for war, even after he has now already declared war, as he notes there, without any congressional authorization.
Well, he doesn't need any.
I don't think he needs any, does he? And as we are
know.
reporting, the president is going much further than those initial strikes that took place in June of 2025, targeting just the nuclear program. Now it appears to be a much
the same thing every time.
wider motivation that has led this effort by the United States and Israel.
Yeah, and we haven't really heard a whole lot of justification for these strikes and the threat that the president in that video called imminent tonight made to the American people. As you mentioned, he has laid out a very broad and somewhat lofty set of ambitions for what he wants to accomplish with these.
That's NBC. So this, it seems like the first attack is light work. This is almost like your last chance, your last warning. Because get ready what's coming tonight. This was just like a little, you know, get your shit together. I'm wearing the shirt inside out. Holy crap. I was like, yo, I'm gonna have to fix that. Well, I woke up really, really early, man. Thank you guys for coming in, joining, trying to get the whole situation figured out. We had some power issues again, so I lost the stream. We were back up though, so let's get. And I'm going to be trying to find the latest updates, keeping you guys posted on what's going on. There's pictures, video, I mean, this attack. The biggest thing so far that I've seen, which is what I updated the title to, is one of our bases out there got hit. U.S. Navy 5th Fleet. Hit by a missile. That was pretty big. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen. Will these people give up and come to the table, or is that it for the regime? Syria's Civil Aviation Authority announced on Saturday that it would close the country's southern air corridors for 12 hours. Okay. Damn. An Iranian military spokesperson said, "We will teach Israel and America a lesson they have never experienced in their history." I feel like I've been hearing that same story forever. What are they going to do over there? Unfortunately, I would hate to hear that some of our guys, our military has, casualties. I don't want to hear. Like, I hope that doesn't happen, but Trump already said it's a possibility. He said it's war. That'd be horrible, man. But they're claiming, they're pissed. We will teach Israel and America a lesson they will never have experienced in their history. Well, you're going to have to, that's a pretty big claim. You're going to have to really outdo all the other crazy shit. Germany was informed by Israel in advance of the strikes. Oh, okay. Okay. The U.S. Embassy in Jordan has issued shelter-in-place orders for all personnel. This is all within the last 15 minutes, like the updates I'm giving you guys. Iran's Supreme National Security Council released a statement on Telegram. The enemy thinks that the nation of Iran will surrender to their despicable demands with these cowardly actions. The armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran have launched a crushing response to their vicious actions. Really? That was it? I feel like these people, though, they would go to their grave saying, "We're on top, we're launching a massive attack, blah, 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 they're all gonna die." They'd be like halfway into the grave saying that. So maybe they're not gonna give up or acquiesce, Jordan's state-run news agency reported that the country's military intercepted 2 ballistic missiles that entered into its airspace that were targeting its territory. It's gonna be a mess. A whole hot mess today, man. This is probably going to be, I don't know. I don't want to put I don't know. It might be an all-day thing, really. We'll see what happens with this whole Iran, Israel. Okay, let me see what else. Let me check back into this guy because I like his Mario Nawful. I'll just check in every now and then and see what they're saying. They're doing live coverage too on X and YouTube, I guess, but I'm just listening to their audio.
We're getting videos out of the Iranian Kurdistan region that the IRGC bases there are being bombed. Have you heard anything from that?
Just a minute. There is a report, I don't know the exact source, that the head of the IRGC, Muhammad Pakfur, was eliminated.
Yeah, there also was a hit on the base in Erbil. The Erbil airport was hit. There's smoke rising from the airport. And as you said, there are some ballistic missile bases in Iranian Kurdistan that are being hit by Israel. And there's a lot of missiles flying over the Kurdistan region. And the Erbil airport was hit, which comes a few hours after Kataib al-Hezbollah was hit.
Hezbollah.
And actually, I heard something in the air now here in Erbil, so probably some drone or something.
Estimates in Israel that there is a good chance that Ali Khamenei, who is the advisor of Khamenei and the person responsible for the nuclear program, was eliminated. Unconfirmed.
It's a wild representation of the shift in how the power structures have changed, that Hezbollah hasn't done shit and the Iraqi militias are firing stuff. But Hezbollah, I mean, the real question for me of how this conflict develops is if Hezbollah is going to at any point get involved or not. Because they've got the best international overseas terrorist capability to hit the United States or Europe. They've got assets over
Hezbollah?
in the Western Hemisphere that they've been building for a long time, working with Iran. But my understanding is that Hezbollah was the tip of the spear for them. And if they lose that, they really may lose their ability to hit.
I mean, I know oh, that's that crazy dude. That's the guy who's talking. Wait. Oh no, do I ever seen that guy? Oh no, never mind. I thought it was some other dude that I've seen talking before. I mean, I remember Hezbollah took over those ships. Not that there was much resistance. Yeah, they might as well have been taking over a Carnival cruise. Like run up on a Carnival cruise with assault rifles. But I didn't think they were like, oh yeah, it's gonna be international waters, chaos of the US. What? Sounds like we're listening to the enemy, like an enemy broadcast or some shit. They said explosions in Abu Dhabi. This doesn't look like a US base. All right, let me show you guys this. I'm gonna try to set up a little screen too where I can quickly show you guys little videos and updates so I don't have to keep shifting like this. The super chat. Do you think the U.S. should be wary of a homeland threat at this point? I have no idea. I mean, people have talked about it, but there's been other things we've done. And I was surprised we didn't get a domestic terrorist attack. So I don't know. They say these people are all over the place, embedded in the country, but I don't know if they just came here with terroristic ideas or like plans, like if there was a terrorist attack. Because I never see these mass terrorist attacks. I mean, you see one or two here and there once in a blue moon, but nothing like back in the day, 9/11 or some shit. Very small. I mean, I don't know if they come here and then just get comfortable. Like, damn, this is what they were talking about. This is the shit. Let me see what else they're saying, and then I'm gonna check some more live broadcasts. Let me see flight radar. I haven't seen anything that interesting on flight radar. I think people are just checking flights flying over the area. This is Qatar. #1 in the world at tracking. What is this? Qatar Emery Air Force. Okay. They about to take off. What are they doing? They're going to send something. Iranian. So this is like the last final warning Trump is saying. If you're part of the National Republic Guard or whatever out there, you might want to... and if you're a citizen over there, he's saying to shelter in place, and then after the attacks, it's time to take over. Take back your country.
Offensive counter-air. And what that means in terms of military doctrine is that you try and strike the aircraft on the ground before they get airborne. From the IDF, we've also seen airborne strikes. We don't know what jets they're using at the moment, but we do know that US F-22 Raptors, so the F-22 Raptor is the most advanced air-to-air aircraft in the world. It's a 5th gen, it's got stealth. They arrived in Ovda Air Base in South Israel yesterday. Started off with a package of 12 from RAF Lakenheath, where they were staging through. One aircraft went US, which meant that there were 13 there, and we're awaiting the arrival, if they haven't arrived already, of the last 13, which puts 24 F-22s inside Ovda Air Base in southern Israel. So we knew that the IDF were potentially going to do the preeminent strike. We don't know what aircraft they're using. We don't know what route they've taken in. But we know that the TLAMs are likely coming from the Mediterranean, from the Ford Carrier Strike Group.
What do you make of these reports coming from Israel that they have targeted in this operation the Supreme Leader and the President of Iran?
Well, I think we should put a bit of nuance on this. They've targeted the residence of the Supreme Leader. He's highly unlikely to be inside his residence.
In fact, we understand that he's not.
Yeah. So,
where does he stay? When you're on the run like that, where do you hide?
That's a message to Iran in terms of we're gonna target the residents of that, and I totally understand that. Getting the Ayatollah, that's a very different beast. If we look at the Maduro operation in Venezuela and what that took in order to lift Maduro, Venezuela geographically is a much easier.
Okay, Glitter says Nemiko has Earth cams in Iran. Nemiko, let's take a look. Nemiko, is that a YouTube page? So I was kind of wondering. I want to see like what Iran looks like. I'm not so much interested to see the skyline of Tel Aviv. I want to see Iran. Live cams. Let's see. Oh, you can't really see much, but okay, so that's supposed to be, it says real CCTV. I wonder if it's real or it's like a fake. They have like a lot of fake channels that show old videos and stuff, or like, I don't know. I wonder, I'm not saying that's what that is. I just don't know. See what they're saying here. We get some updates. Israel targeting Iran's leadership. Well, that's what they were just talking about. U.S. focusing on sites that pose imminent threat. U.S. official. Yeah, it's been crazy, yo. This whole, I mean, I know the year just started. The beginning of this year and the end of last year has been just insane. We're living in like a time that'll never probably, like, well, this time they'll be talking about for years probably after we're gone. Those crazy mother effers, those crazy Americans. What were they thinking? Oh, okay. We got some news from AZ Intel. It says President Donald Trump is expected to address the nation again on Saturday morning. Okay, so there should be another, I guess, video from Trump. In addition to the video that was released overnight. So that video we'll listen to with Trump, that was like an overnight video. They're supposedly saying he's going to address the nation sometime this morning. It's still really early. It's 5:30 here in the morning, Eastern. And then you got to think, I have a lot of people that watch from Central Time. I have a lot of people that watch from the West Coast, Pacific Time, you know, maybe even Mountain Standard Time. So some of these people are still in bed, I can tell you. Still in bed, having no idea what's happened. See what we got here for live updates. Oh yeah, here. Let me refresh this page. Actually, let me do this. I'm the live reporting what they have to say.
Throughout that region, but certainly the people of Iran to try to rise up and overtake the Iranian regime. I want to get to NBC's chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons. He is joining me from Dubai right now. And Keir, I was up early listening to some of your coverage right now. You make an important point, excuse me, about that region. The Strait of Hormuz there is really one of the chokeholds as we talk about the potential early impacts on the United States as it relates to the free flow of oil throughout that region. I think it's almost 20% of the world's oil travels through that small area, 21 miles wide, as the graphic shows those waking up with us right now. Can you talk a bit about some of the ripple effects right now, including the fact that there are shelter-in-place orders existing at embassies in where? Jordan, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and that Bahrain has seen explosions in its country as well.
Yeah, and we should keep eyes on the Strait of Hormuz, Peter, because the Iranians were carrying out naval exercises there, and even at one point closed it for a brief time during this past week. But I want to just get to some breaking news for our viewers from here in the UAE. I think the first report of someone killed as a result of this Iranian response, missiles and drones. I'm looking down, Peter, just to look at the statement that I have from the UAE Ministry of Defense. I'm here in, I'll just say, I'm here in Dubai, as you say, and Abu Dhabi is the capital. I've heard from now myself multiple witnesses who have heard explosions around both of these cities. That there are military bases close to both of these cities. Let me just get to that news, though, of someone killed. The UAE Ministry of Defense says that, and this may explain the explosions, says that it announces a successful interception of several Iranian missiles targeting the country. And then it goes on to say the relevant authorities in the country also dealt with debris falling on a residential area in Abu Dhabi, resulting in some material damage and the death of an Asian national. Now, I've spoken to someone who's in Abu Dhabi today. They describe hearing 3 extremely loud, as they describe it, pops overhead, and think pops which they believed were 3 missile interception bursts. That there is a base, a UAE base near Abu Dhabi, Al Afra. US forces are based there. In every one of these countries, these bases have US forces. Again, just looking down, we do know from the Iranians that they have said that they have targeted here in the UAE and talked about bases in the UAE, as well as in Qatar, in Kuwait, and in Bahrain. So in Bahrain, they put out a message saying there was an imminent missile drone attack in Bahrain. Bahrain is a short distance from here. It is the home of the US 5th Fleet. It is where the USS Lincoln ported for a short time just in recent weeks before it headed to the Arabian Sea, and is very likely now that aircraft carrier taking part in these attacks. Bahrain telling its people in Manama, the capital, and across that country, as a precaution, keep a safe room in home. It should be accessible, located on the ground floor. You know, Bahrain is a relatively sleepy place, aside from the military bases that are there.
That's the attack, guys.
I know people there. People
that's
will
the video I was
be
showing earlier.
Shocked
Bahrain
to be getting that message that they may need to shelter
U.S. military
in place.
base there.
And there are those reports.
Look at that. Isn't that crazy?
Missiles have struck, or that there have been explosions. The difficulty here is that those explosions can be the air defenses, Patriot, for example, Patriot air defenses protecting these bases, or it can be contact, and we don't know right now. The Qataris, just to that point, are saying now that they, and this is their words, successfully thwarted a number of attacks targeting the country's territory. And then just to Kuwait, they are talking about ongoing efforts to protect the airspace of the state of Kuwait. And I just wanted Peter to get to some of these statements from these countries where I am, and they go to the point that Richard Engel was making about the potential for escalation with all of this. So the UAE Ministry of Defense, for example, says such acts constitute a dangerous escalation and cowardly act that threatens the security and safety of civilians and undermines stability, and a blatant violation of national sovereignty and international law, that the Defense Ministry here says. And then it goes on to say the state reserves the full right to respond to this escalation and take all necessary measures to protect its territory, its people and its residents. So there you have, and we also have a similar message from Bahrain, there you have these Gulf countries saying that they reserve the right to respond to these attacks by the Iranians. I'll just tell you one other point, Peter. There have been some reports around of possible explosions in Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia. I have contacted someone there. They say they haven't heard anything. So it may be that that's just kind of false reporting. In this, what you could, what you could describe as the fog of war, there will be a lot that we hear about that then turns out to not be the case. But this is what these governments have feared might happen, that Iran, facing the Iranian regime, facing effectively what it would believe as an existential threat, would lash out across this region and try to make things so difficult for the Trump administration that it backs down, and for the Israelis. And that goes to your point about the Strait of Hormuz. We haven't heard yet whether the Iranians have attempted to block that strait. But again, that would have a material impact potentially, you've got to think, on oil prices. And I suspect that's why President Trump said in his statement, I think he used the words, I can't remember the word he used exactly, but he's talked about heavily targeting the Iranian Navy. And I suspect part of that is about attempting to get ahead of attempts to block the Strait of Hormuz.
Continue to do your reporting. We appreciate your joining us at this early hour here on the East Coast. I want to share some reporting again as you're waking up with NBC News special coverage of the U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran, and now some of the response from Iran beginning to take place as well. We're hearing from my colleagues, Courtney Kuby, Gordon Lubold, two of our national security leading reporters, telling us so far in the military operation in Iran, Israel targeted Iranian leaders, while the United States targeted Iran's ballistic missile and nuclear programs. That reporting comes from two U.S. officials. Again, to be very clear, this is a coordinated effort by the United States and Israel, and it is now our reporting that the Israelis focused their targets on Iranian leadership, while the U.S. targeted Iran's ballistic missile and nuclear programs there. That's notable because you'll remember in June of 2025, the U.S., with those B-2 bombers, among others, had that stealth attack focusing Operation Midnight Hammer on the nuclear program that exists within Iran. I want to get back to Richard Engel, our chief foreign correspondent right now. Richard, obviously, we're in the early stages of this. This is clearly a much wider scope of the U.S. and Israeli strikes here. And as a result, we're also learning of some other attacks targeting American bases, including some in Iraq. What more have you learned?
So just while you were talking to Keir, there was another report, this time from Reuters, that an American military base in Iraq was also targeted, in northern Iraq, in the Kurdish areas. But before we get to that, you could probably hear right now that the air raid sirens are once again in action here in Tel Aviv. We will see if there are any interceptions, any impacts. This is the third or fourth time this morning that we have heard sirens like this. First, the way this works is first you get an alert on your phone telling you that something is incoming, giving you some distance, and then when they become quite close, you hear the air raid sirens themselves. And it's quite bright here, but you can see, or you might be able to see, these white trails in the sky going through the clouds. Those are Israeli missile interception systems fired up toward incoming fire. I have not heard them explode. Generally, when there are interceptions, you hear the explosion of the impact, because these interceptor missiles are quite large. So what the Israelis are doing is they are firing missiles at missiles with the intention of destroying them in midair. They are very effective. And there you just heard right now the explosion of one of those interceptors. Often a danger is that the debris, because these missiles are blown up in midair, so there's the danger, obviously, of them impacting the ground, hurting, killing people. But then there is also the danger of the falling debris from both the missile and the interceptor itself landing in the city. Those two interceptions taking place right over the built-up area of Tel Aviv, right in the center of the city. now hearing what sounds like the second interception. They took place quite at very high altitude. That's why that explains the delay. We can see the interceptors going up first, but you hear the actual explosion often a few seconds later. So Tel Aviv once again now defending itself from an Iranian attack after Israel and the United States began this campaign this morning, launching what they called a preemptive strike against Iran. And by all indications, we are very much in the early phases of this, Peter, with Iran responding by attacking U.S. military installations all across the region.
And Richard, as we listen to your live reporting there again on the ground in Tel Aviv, Israel right now, it's striking. Obviously, this is the early stages of an operation that the U.S. and Israelis have made clear it is going to be sustained for quite some time. But in many ways, this does appear to be that type of regional conflict that many had feared for quite some time, where you're hearing from Bahrain that they are intercepting missiles targeting their country, perhaps U.S. bases there. We're hearing from Iraq right now that American military base there has been targeted. You're hearing the Israelis putting up interceptors. Iran is seeing a series of strikes, obviously, as they were the predicate for all of this, the United States and Israel targeting them. It raises the question, which is, how does this end? And while it's so early, clearly this does produce a situation where there's a sense of this sort of circular firing squad, where there are different rockets and missiles going in all different directions right now. The president's intention is that this ends with regime change in Iran. But Richard, you were in Iran not long ago. That is a very, very risky endeavor.
It is a risky endeavor. It is also very difficult to accomplish without boots on the ground. And President Trump's objective, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's objective, is to topple the regime. They've said that openly. They're calling on Iranians to take matters into their own hands once the regime is weak enough and carry out regime change. That has a whole host of things that could go wrong. And when you look at how much of the world right now is embroiled in conflict, you have Israel, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, Iraq, Jordan, all of them talking just today, about receiving incoming Iranian fire, or Israel and the United States firing at Iran. Combine that with the fact that Pakistan and Pakistan and Afghanistan just announced an open war with each other. So you have a war zone, a spreading war zone from the Mediterranean Sea all the way to India. That is roughly 3,000
guys.
miles
Welcome.
of conflict zone, an area of the world that holds hundreds of millions of people. So the possibilities for this to be very long and with unintended consequences are very high.
Richard Engel is our chief foreign correspondent. He's on the ground in Tel Aviv right now. Again, we've heard sirens within the last few minutes. We heard explosions in the air, some of those missile interceptors there, looking to fend off any potential incoming in that region. I think our Meet the Press moderator, Kristen Welker, is with us as well. I'm hoping, Kristen, there you are. I appreciate your being up early to help us detail what we're witnessing here, Kristen. We've heard from some of the president's allies. We heard from the president himself. If we pull back a bit here and look at this from the political perspective, this is a president who has made very clear from the beginning his desire to end the threat, in his view, from Iran right now, a president who ran under the guise of focusing particularly on domestic issues, the topic of immigration and the economy, said that it was an America First policy. I trust that we will hear from those within the administration.
Yeah, he's supposed to be talking this morning.
This is America First because it focuses on the security of American forces in the region and Americans here at home, with the threat the president has said that Iran was, in his words, approaching the point where it could hit the United States right now. But it's also striking that these attacks, this war, as the president describes it, took place without congressional authorization, and really before today, no real detailed communication of what the motivation was, why there was a need for the United States to go to war in this form at this time.
Peter, I think you're exactly right, and that is where the conversation will go here in Washington. I can tell you I just spoke with one of the president's top allies, Senator Lindsey Graham, someone who has been very hawkish, calling for military action
Well, he loves
in
war.
Iran for quite some time, as you know, as you just reported. He said he anticipates that this military operation will last for days, if not weeks. He said the goal here is the elimination of the Ayatollah. The operation, he says, will be massive in scope, and its goal is the elimination of the Iranian regime. He just told the Wall Street Journal as well. He goes on to say it has been a dream of mine for so long.
Bro, I'm looking like, because I'm setting up all my like tabs and stuff for information. Normally I would have this stuff set up before the live. I still gotta fix my shirt inside out. But I'm, we just jumped on like breaking news, so I'm like, we'll figure it out as we're live. One of the things that I see trending as I'm like looking, they're saying impeach Trump. I'm like, oh boy, here we go again. Let me see trending news. Where was it? It disappeared. Maybe they got rid of it. They deep sixed it. I saw something about impeach Trump. So we're looking at Iran, Tehran, Kuwait. There was some type of attack on where was it? Abu Dhabi. There was an attack over there, and some people were killed. They're saying, I don't know exactly where the attack came from. Trump is supposed to make another announcement this morning, and he did a video overnight, I guess. And the video, he kind of threatened, like, this is your last chance. Like, it seemed like he's saying tonight's going to be hell. Oh, there it is, impeach Trump. They're saying tonight's going to be all hell. People right now trending World War III. Every time there's World War III stuff, too, it's like, World War III. The end of times. Or, yeah, we're in the end of times, I guess. World War III. So I'm getting all my stuff ready to go this morning. Early. Again, it's really early, so we'll see what happens and develops throughout the day. Wait, Tehran. Let's see what they're saying here this morning. Explosions, that was 4 hours ago. Let me look at the latest. That's what I want to see is the latest news. I don't know. Let me see. Breaking reports of Iranian missile in Rubble, Iraqi Kurdistan. Dom Luker said multiple hits confirmed. Let me pull up his X. There's a couple of X accounts I need to follow too that I want to stay watching today.
2016, by the way. But to your point about congressional oversight, there's already a...
And people are saying, this is an unconfirmed report. They're saying Ali Khamenei's right-hand man, Jen Ali Samkhani, has reportedly been killed in airstrikes. So, but that's unconfirmed. So, we have to wait till see if it's actually confirmed. An Iranian source told Reuters that several IRGC and civilian decision makers have been killed in the decapitation strikes so far. It's yet unclear who, but some reports indicate that a senior official with Iran's nuclear negotiations framework, Ali Shamkhani, may be the one aforementioned. Okay. This was the Abu Dhabi. Okay, let's see.
Will rise up, but that is risky and challenging in and of itself.
Kristen Welker is the moderator of Meet the Press. She's going to have a full plate on Sunday as we hear from lawmakers their immediate reactions to what we're witnessing, taking place right now. I should report, Kristen, while you were speaking, we're hearing from other colleagues right now that the Secretary of State, the President's National Security Advisor, Marco Rubio, gave individual members of what is called the Gang of Eight. Those are some of the leading members of Congress on both the Republican and Democratic sides. He gave members of the Gang of Eight and leadership a heads up about the operation. That heads up was given to them while the operation was underway. The staff, we are told, received notifications. I want to get to Jeremy Bash. He is a former chief of staff at the CIA, Pentagon as well, an NBC News contributor. Fortunately for us, on days like this, he has a breadth of knowledge about that region and some of the conversations that would be happening behind closed doors on a day like this. Jeremy, we heard the president make the case for this action.
Let's listen to something
all
else.
of Iran down with the regime.
Oh, this is the guy from.
Even though they may know that it's futile
before.
and they're facing very, very difficult military odds.
What do you think are the primary objectives here? Are the U.S. and Israel trying to take out the supreme leader, the president, the foreign minister, or are they simply trying to get Iran to agree to a deal and get rid of its nuclear weapons? Do we know what the true mission here is?
At this stage, I think it is still open in the sense that that what Israel and the US have done is to use kinetic force in order to apply pressure on the regime. At this stage, it's still difficult to understand what the ultimate goal is. I think that if, the Iranian regime, as I said before, were to totally change its ways, stop oppressing the people, the Iranian people, stop funding terrorism, stop trying to develop nuclear weapons, then neither Israel nor the US would have any big issue with the existence of the regime. But since that isn't the case, and the Iranian regime is steadfast in its efforts to develop nuclear weapons, to continue to fund terror against American and Israeli and Western targets, and to destabilize the Middle East, since that probably isn't going to change, one assessment is that the real objective, the ultimate objective, is actually to bring down the Iranian regime, understanding that they're not going to change.
Iran has essentially vowed retaliation. They put out several statements saying they will defend their homeland, a lot of other statements coming in from the foreign minister. How credible is that retaliation is or will happen?
Well, it's already happening, and Iran has fired all across the Middle East, various American and other targets in the Middle East, in Kuwait, in Bahrain, in Qatar, in the UAE, and Jordan, maybe also in Saudi Arabia, still unconfirmed. So we see the Iranians doing that with very little impact so far, but the Iranians are definitely lashing out. So far, we have not seen other Iranian proxies like Hezbollah in Lebanon, like the Houthis in Yemen, get involved into the fighting, and one could definitely hope that they will stay out of it. I think the Lebanese prime minister, the democratically elected prime minister in Lebanon, has issued a very clear warning to the Iranian proxy Hezbollah in Lebanon, telling them, you do not have a mandate and you do not have the legitimacy to drag...
This aircraft, it caught my attention on flight radar. This thing is flying around close to Abu Dhabi. It says it's United States Navy. It was circling around here. I don't know what this is. Is it still flying? It is still flying. Look at the shape of this thing too. Why is it shaped like that? Northrop Grumman MK-4C Triton. There's 75,000 people watching this flight near Abu Dhabi, which was just attacked. I don't know what's going on with this. Let me see if I can find out about that. If anybody knows in the chat. It said MQ-4C Triton. This is a high altitude, long endurance, unmanned, though it's unmanned surveillance drone designed for maritime intelligence, reconnaissance, and surveillance. Is one of the most advanced U.S. Navy assets for monitoring large ocean areas, detecting ships, submarines, missiles, etc., without a pilot on board. Altitude 47,000 feet, almost 50,000 feet, very high. Typical for the Triton. Ground speed 305 miles per hour. Okay. The Triton is flying in a highly tense region amid the ongoing U.S.-Israel strikes on Iran, which escalated dramatically today. Okay, that's interesting. Wow. I want to see that thing in action. What does that thing look like? I want to get a picture of that. So there's 50,000 people. Sorry, 72,000 people watching that. That's crazy. I want to see what... Oh, that's what it is. I'm going to show you guys a picture. That looks pretty dope. I feel like I've seen something like this before, like a picture like this. Unmanned. Take a look at that. That's what everybody's watching right now. Flying in the sky. Brighton.
Happen is a lot of positive things. I think we should be honest and understand that the first stage will probably be tumultuous and messy, and we'll see perhaps violence on the streets, perhaps there will be clashes, perhaps there will be casualties, at the end of which hopefully the Iranian people will be able to overthrow that oppressive regime and then chart their way forward in a way that they decide without the oppression of this fundamentalist regime. I'm hopeful that.
And so all this circling over the ocean, I wonder, did it deploy from there? Can it deploy from like one of these Navy ships? I wonder, like, is that where it came from? It's pretty crazy. Wild.
These are supported directly by the Islamic Republic. So for Israel, it would be a significant game changer that our main enemy will be weakened.
And right now we're getting this post coming in from Jennifer Griffin over at Fox News. She says, per a U.S. official, the airstrikes will last not hours, but days. Also, no casualties from strike targeting U.S. base in Bahrain. So wanted to ask you about that, because we're not just talking about hours of campaigns by the U.S. and Israel. We're talking about days. Is that what you would have expected? Not short term, but longer term?
I think it'll be more than that, actually.
Really?
I think we should work under the assumption that it'll take more than days. And, you know, I think it'll boil down to a question of whose offense will work best. Will Iranian offenses, as in firing ballistic missiles, be strong? Or will U.S. and Israeli efforts to mitigate Iranian offensive capabilities win? So far, judging by the amount of missiles that the Iranian regime has been able to fire, it doesn't seem as if they're doing too well. And I think that offensive efforts by the U.S. and Israel are so far quite successful, but we'll have to wait and see. And I think we should anticipate, and that's what Israelis are anticipating, that this will take at least.
Yeah, this guy's with Israel, Lieutenant Jonathan Conricus. I think I've seen him like a lot of the times. He's a general out there. So massive operation, massive. Holy crap. This thing is flying at really high altitudes. I guess taking surveillance.
The day has come where the Iranian people have gotten external help to get rid of the oppressive regime that has been controlling Iran for 47 years. And I think that is where focus will be. A lot of people will try to spin this story into something that it isn't. And I think what we are witnessing may be the end of the Islamic regime and a new page in the long, illustrious, and beautiful history of the Iranian nation. I hope that will happen. If it happens, that will be a really important part of President Trump's legacy, a legacy of peace through strength, a legacy of actually standing up against oppressors and bullies and different fundamentalist regimes, and actually putting his money where his mouth is, and or the opposite, the money where the mouth was, and actually doing what was promised. So I'm hopeful, and I hope that the Iranian people will emerge victorious from this.
All right, Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus, thank you so much for taking the time to be here. We definitely appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I want to take you to a live look over the White House. As we let you know, coming up later on today, we expect that we are going to hear once again from President Donald Trump, as Barack Ravid over at Axios reports that Trump is expected to address the nation again this morning, in addition to that video that was released overnight. Again, that 8-minute video that we played for you a bit earlier, if you missed it, we'll play it again coming up in the coming hours. But we are still waiting at this point to find out what time President Trump is expected to speak. The White House will likely put out some kind of message to keep us updated on all of it. And of course, we're going to let you know when it happens and bring it to you live, uninterrupted, in full here on Live Now from Fox.
Okay.
And we may.
All right, let's check out for some more live updates. So, yeah, Trump was going to be talking later. We got the skyline here, kind of watching this #1 tracked flight right now on Flight Radar. surveillance ops. That's Abu Dhabi right there, which was just attacked a little bit ago. Attacked. Let me check some of the live updates that they're saying. It's any military base that is used in attack against Iran will be targeted. Revolutionary Guards commander. So the commander, one of the Iranian commanders, he said any military base that is used in attack against Iran will be targeted. So you know they have, I guess, mutual places. Any military base that is used to assist the U.S. and Israel. Israel and the United States have both made clear that their joint offensive is aimed at removing Iranian regime. I wonder, I kind of want to get a feel for the chat too. I'm kind of curious what you guys are thinking. Are you for this or against this? Let me do a poll, maybe, and I'm sure it'll be 50-50, but let's get a... You didn't see my notification? Ah, okay. Let's get a poll going and get a feel. Are you for the current operations? U.S. is involved. Well, I don't know. U.S. and Iran. I'm for it and in support. I'm not for it. Regime change. No, I just put I'm not for it. Don't support. We get a little feel in the chat. I don't know, Rumble. Can I do a poll over there? Let me see with Rumble. You Rumble a poll too. How do you do a poll over there? Can you do a poll? I'll have to find that out. Okay, so the poll's in the chat if you want to vote. Let me figure out if I can do something with Rumble. Log into Rumble chat. Oh, you got to download a separate Rumble Talk. Okay. I'll try that. We'll see. I don't know. I mean, you guys on Rumble, I guess you could just type it in the chat and I'll take a look and see. Spam the chat. Tell me what you're thinking. I guess I'd have to download a third-party app to do a poll. I don't know if I want to do all that now. There's not that many people chatting. There's a lot of people watching on Rumble. There's 2,000 people right now, but not many chatting. So you can just type it out on Rumble for me. I'll figure it out in the future for a poll. Okay, YouTube. Okay, 63% say yes. I'm for it and in support. 37% say no. Okay. They're saying satellite imagery shows a black plume of smoke and extensive damage at the secure compound of the Ayatollah. Make sure I try to say it right. Ali Khamenei, Iran's supreme leader in Tehran. Though his whereabouts are unclear. Did they blow him up or did they miss him? They said a secure compound of the Ayatollah seen in smoke. The attacks appear to have hit a part of Tehran that is home to Iran's former president, Mohammed Ahmadinejad. I don't know. A hardliner. Sorry. The Times has verified videos that show a strike hitting the Square 72, a residential area. Damn, so they're targeting the former president too. They're taking out everybody or trying to. An official from Kataib Hezbollah, an Iraqi militant group allied with Iran, said strikes on militias bases in Iraq had killed 3 people. Oh, so they attacked Iraq too. A base over there. That sounds like police, right? This thing's still moving. It's still moving. I don't know what is over here. Is that police or is that a warning? Oh, that's police. Do the Iranian people want this? That's a really good question, Dixie. Do the Iranian people want this? I feel like there's a divide. I feel like maybe they do. I mean, supposedly they had killed all these, was it 30,000 people? Let me see, what, 30,000 killed? Because I remember, you guys remember there was that terrorist attack, I guess? I don't know. Actually, I don't know what that was. You guys remember in LA, we were covering it live. There was some guy that drove through a crowd. It was like a Iran protest or something, or I don't know if they were for or against the regime. I think they were against the regime. And some guy plows through the crowd with a truck. I thought it was like divided. They do want it. The claim that 30,000 people killed in Iran due to protesting is not confirmed. Look, I was wondering where that number came from. That's what they were saying. Oh, okay. Supposedly, the official Iranian government figures the regime has acknowledged around 3,117 deaths, including civilian security forces, as what they labeled as terrorists, quote unquote. This was released in early 2026. They released individual names, 2,985 named individuals, 131 unidentified. Independent estimates, the human rights activist news agency, they believe it's over 6,000 deaths and investigating 17,000 more, putting a potential total around 22,000 to 23,000. So who knows? And seriously, between 22 and 23 or 30K, like, you just call it 30K, you know, I don't know. Iran International, an opposition outlet, reported over 36,000, but it's a opposition outlet. So I guess it depends where you're getting your news from. Are they for the people or against the Iranians, whatever? They'll tell you different numbers. Time magazine cited senior Iranian health officials claiming up to 30,000. Well, that's where the 30,000 comes from. The Guardian reported estimates that from medics and Network Inside, Iran exceeding 30,000. So polling data consistently shows that the majority of Iranians do not support the current regime. And I thought, I forgot how the whole thing went. I may have to look at this. They don't support the current regime, but they're split on who they want to be the next person, I guess. Let's see. And favor significant change towards democracy and secularism. However, there's nuances, economic pressures, fear of repression, the external threats, regime support and change. A 2023 poll of over 200,000 Iranians found 81% do not want the Islamic Republic. They don't want them. They prefer a democratic government. This aligns with spikes in regime change sentiment during protests. Surveys in early 2026 post-protest show even higher 89% support a democratic political system. Wow, there you go. Separation of religion and state. A leaked government poll from Iran's Ministry of Culture 2024 revealed 72% favor separating religion from state affairs, up from 30% in 2015. Well, especially with their religion, a crazy ass religion. Oof, how the hell are you going to do government and religion? Okay, so that's interesting. I mean, if that's what the people want and they're oppressed, I guess it's a good thing. I mean, there's going to be probably a lot of deaths, though, unfortunately. But I've seen a lot of people in support of this. People are happy, man. I mean, that something's being done because nobody would ever do anything, just like Venezuela. I haven't checked back on Venezuela. Like, what's going on? I know that the vice president took over, and I'm like, okay, the regime replaced with the regime. But then supposedly she's cooperating with the U.S. I don't know if that's true or not. If she is or not, I don't know what's going on with them. Okay, let me put back this new segment. And let me I'm going to go fix my shirt. This was this morning. Trump
activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth.
Was that like a missile or something? Hold on. Was that did it shoot something out? What was that? I have to keep this audio on. Yeah, I didn't hear that. I'm gonna keep the audio on, but like low, I guess, so we know when some type of thing is happening. But these are like the missile warnings, and I guess, look, you see that? I don't know if, was that intercepted? They're intercepting missiles, I think. They're shooting out attacks, missile attacks. That just happened now. That's crazy. Okay, it's on live. So I'm going to keep the volume low on that live feed, so just in case we know when it's happening and coming.
All of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. Yeah. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
All right, that was posted by President Donald Trump overnight on Truth Social. As all of this was unfolding here, he announced that this had taken place. And essentially at this point, we are awaiting some additional comments that are coming in from him later on today. We are told that it'll happen at sometime this morning. However, as far as we know right now, there is no time that is set. The White House will normally send out an alert at least an hour ahead of time to let us know. We'll, of course, let you know the second we find out and bring you those remarks from the president in full, commercial-free, right here on Live Now from Fox as soon as we get them. Right now, what I want to do is take a live look at some of the different images that we have coming in at this hour, as we are working, of course, to get several different experts of ours to join and break down everything that we know so far, what's still left to figure out, and what happens next. Now, we are told by officials here that the U.S. and Israel, now, those strikes that took place were near the Supreme Leader's office and that he was being targeted along with other Israeli officials. What I want to do is lift up the audio on this shot of Tel Aviv, as we know that essentially at this point, sirens have been sounding on and off. We spoke with Eylon Levy a bit earlier. He was the Israeli government spokesperson previously. He was in a shelter and then ran back out and then had to go back into the shelter. So what I want to do is pop up the audio just to see if we can hear anything. All right, just hearing the background noise there, I wanted to leave it up in case we did have the potential to maybe hear some of those sirens, or, you know, people are essentially being told that they have to stay near their shelters just in case. What I want to do right now is bring in Blaise Mishtal. He is with GINSA, and he's actually joined us quite a bit over the last, I would say, several years, as we've seen a lot of different activity play out in the region. Blaise, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Good morning. Well, one question that I've been asking a lot of our guests throughout the morning here is, we know that there weren't really any leaks as far as when this operation would take place. We later find out that it's a joint operation between the U.S. and Israel. Any surprise? What's going through your mind as you find out that this had happened, and then you hear the words of both Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and President Trump there in the U.S.?
Well, I think there's certainly a bit of surprise. As you said, there wasn't a lot of certainty about when this would happen, so that it's happening now. It was certainly a surprise. It feels like there'd been a buildup. It was coming, but we didn't know exactly when. I think the other surprise is really that this is a joint U.S.-Israeli operation. As you said, I think we'd seen recent days a bit of jockeying or discussion between Israel and the United States about how exactly this operation would take shape, who would launch it, whether it would be the U.S. starting it, whether Israel should take the lead, or as we're now seeing, a joint operation. So I think that is perhaps maybe not surprising. It seemed like that would always be the best possible way to do this, but we hadn't really known if that was going to be the case. So to see it, in fact, these two partners, these two most capable militaries in the region, if not the world, undertaking this operation against a common foe, I think really only ups the chances of success here.
And as far as the mission itself, what do we know about really what that mission is? Is it to take out the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei? Is it just to kind of scare Iran into making a deal or trying to get the supreme leader to step down? Do we have an accurate picture of what that is just yet?
I mean, I think President Trump's video and his statement that he posted on social media overnight gives us a pretty good indication. We had leaks and suggestions in the media that perhaps the United States was going to do just limited strikes in order to try to get Iran to come to the negotiating table and agree to a deal, which has been dragging its feet on.
Check this out, guys. So I was kind of getting a little set up. I was trying to set up like a little media thing. So when we're ready here, I can just quickly shift. And so this post here, oh, I kind of don't want that though. Let's see. That, okay. A U.S. sailor filmed the Iranian missile strike hitting the naval base. So check this out. This is the base we're talking about. Just want to make sure. I want to make sure you guys can see this properly. I need to see what you guys are looking at. Okay. So let's see. Boom. There we go. Okay, perfect.
Bro. Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh shit!
Wow.
Oh! Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh my god! Oh, dude, fuck me! A fucking missile actually got through. Oh, there's more. I gotta get the fuck out of here.
Ain't he in the military though? What the hell? Isn't he? What is a U.S. sailor? Oh, he said, "Fuck this shit." He's deserting. He said, "Fuck this." What?
Bro. Oh shit! Oh.
And he was like laughing too until shit got real.
Bro. Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh shit!
Wow.
Oh.
No, I don't think that's staged at all. We just saw different video, different angles of it happening.
Oh shit! Oh fuck!
Damn, bro, that's crazy.
Oh my god! Oh.
Crazy, crazy. Okay, I know that works. Good. That's what matters. Perfect. Okay. All right, I'm still got the audio background. Cool, listening live. So I'm going to keep looking to see the Marj Al Haman area in Amman, capital of Jordan. What's that? Was that a missile maybe or something?
إيراني لا إيراني كان رايح هيك هذا إيراني
Sound like Russians though. I'm Iranian, older. Vodka.
There's very real risk here. Iran is bristling with missiles and drones and other weapons, more than most European militaries, more than almost any other military in the world, certainly more than any country that proclaims itself to.
What are you talking about? Iran got the most missiles. What?
Iran is bristling with missiles and drones.
But a lot of their attacks, even though we've seen some successful ones, but I thought they're largely ineffective. What was he saying? They got the best missiles around the country,
and
around the
weapons,
world, besides U.S.
More than most European militaries, more than almost any other military in the world, certainly more than any country that proclaims itself to be peace-loving, more than any country needs. And so we saw those medium-range missiles used during the 12-day war to target Israel. I think we're already seeing Iran is using those, has launched some of those towards Israel. It's also launching its short-range missiles that can target U.S. bases and cities and energy infrastructure around the Persian Gulf, in Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates and Qatar and other places. And those are perhaps even more dangerous. But we've also seen the United States spend the last 6 weeks massing a huge amount of military hardware into the region, not just for the purpose of carrying out this operation and offensive strikes against Iran, but for the defense that it knew it would have to do in order to protect its partners, its bases, its troops. And I think that is also happening with air defense and our planes trying to shoot down the drones and the missiles that Iran is launching. But it is certainly going to be a tense situation as long as this operation goes forward.
Is this the end, potentially the end, of the current Iranian regime? When we talk about Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, others there within the Iranian regime, is this potentially the end?
I certainly hope so. I think certainly from what we've heard President Trump say, he hopes so. And I think the Iranian people have been hoping that for a long time, as we saw them take to the streets over the last 2 months by the hundreds of thousands, demanding an end to this regime, demanding the end of 47 years of oppression, of lack of freedom, of being told what to do, of corruption, of mismanagement, of having their money stolen from them, and used to fund terrorism and kill other people all around the world. This is a regime that has.
Okay, so I want to put an end to the poll on YouTube, and so the final tally. 2,700 votes. 57% say I'm for and in support, and 43% say they're not in support. Tides have shifted a bit, evened out more, but that's kind of interesting. And my Rumble people, they were saying earlier. Let me see. They said somebody was saying no war. Oh, there's actually been a lot of chatting there. We got 5,000 people there. Thanks, Cyrus. Appreciate that. I wasn't expecting that many messages. I was scrolling back to see what they said earlier, if they're for it or against it. Maybe put it again in the chat, Rumble, if you're for or against the operation happening right now in Iran. Let me check some live updates, too. So Iran will respond to U.S.-Israeli strikes with authority, the foreign minister says. So they're not backing down. They're still talking crap. Trump's gave him a warning. This is your last chance. They said the renewed military aggression of the United States and the Zionist regime against Iran is being committed while Iran and the United States were in the midst of the diplomatic process. So he's over here trying to, get the deal. The foreign ministry said, referencing nuclear talks between Washington and Tehran. The Iranian people are proud that they did everything necessary to prevent war. A little too loud. Okay. Trump's top general voiced uncertainty about potential fallout of Iran strikes. Chairman of the Joint of Chiefs Staff, General Dan Kane, President Donald Trump's top military advisor, has been building a possible strike options for weeks. and briefed Trump several times of today's strike. Those options have included everything from quick bombings aimed at a select group of nuclear sites to massive air campaigns hoping to force regime change and obliteration of the Iranian army or military. However, Kane has voiced with a high degree of uncertainty about the consequences as recently as last week when Kane was part of a White House Situation Room briefing that went 3 times longer than scheduled. Kane was unable to predict what the result would be. Okay. And here's how members of Congress are reacting so far. They said a lot of them are just still sleeping. They don't even know what's going on. Half of them are still in bed. But Senator Lindsey Graham, a Trump ally who for weeks had been advocating for U.S. intervention, called the joint operation necessary and long justified. Democratic Senator John Fetterman, who supported the U.S. strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities last year, praised the new strikes, saying Trump has been willing to do what's right and necessary to produce real peace in the region. Thomas Massie, a Republican, really maybe a rhino, but a lot of people love him though, from Kentucky, called out the White House for not informing Congress. Acts of war unauthorized by Congress. The U.S. is attacking Iran, according to the AP. Okay, let's keep listening for updates. Qatar describes retaliatory strikes from Iran as unacceptable escalation. So Qatar is not happy. I don't know. I wonder what Tucker Carlson's going to have to say about this. Qatari Carlson. He's probably not happy, upset. It's going to mess up that Qatar money. And what about the plane that Trump took from Qatar? Qatar's not happy, man. What's up with Qatar? I think they just have to say that shit too. Qatar, we got to say this shit just to show like we're a part of this or in support, but maybe we're not. Where has Iran targeted in retaliatory strikes? So far, they're saying Iran targeted U.S. facilities in several countries in the Gulf, as well as sending barrages of missiles towards Israel after the U.S.-Israeli began strikes. Okay. Okay.
The regime has continued financing, training, and arming its proxies positioned on Israel's borders. These actions constitute an existential threat to Israel and pose a danger to the Middle East and the world as a whole. We do have folks who are here in the newsroom, including myself. We are looking through all of these different posts on social media and bringing them to you as they come out. Now, Barak Ravid over at Axios saying Trump is expected to address the nation again on Saturday morning, so later on this morning, in addition to that video that was released overnight, the one we showed you a short time ago, and we'll...
We lost some people too. We had like 7,000. Look at that plane, 7,000 people. Maybe I'm talking too much. I like to try to give updates and be informative and like try to pull up clips and like be interacting and engaging. But if you just want to stare at the skyline, I can stare at the skyline. I won't say nothing. Just stare at the shit. A lot of people do like that. They prefer like just stare at the skyline. Just like the 10,000 people listen to the radio scanner, there's really no audio at times. They just sit there. We'll just sit here, just stare at the sky. Let me see what else is going on. You up? Yeah, I'm up. I've been up for hours. These people are sleeping. Maybe I should multi-stream other places so they know I'm live. Let's see. Let me see what you guys are saying. Plane flying over. Some people do like the. I'm like being a little sarcastic, but seriously though, some people prefer just like listening to the background sound of these cams, because I think they feel they're gonna miss something. You know, like if we're not listening, if we're not watching every second of the skyline, we're gonna miss something.
Across Israel. Just about 90 minutes ago, we saying that they...
I think it's part of what it is that people don't want to watch real time. It is real time, but I don't think, you know what? I kind of do realize that too. Maybe it's not the talking, but I noticed with some streams, I've noticed this for a while, but even like with Nancy Guthrie, when you start playing all these audio clips or video clips, people don't want to really hear the audio or the video clips. They just want to stare at the house for hours. I've noticed if I don't play the videos, there's more people watching. Retention's longer. They prefer to just stare at the house because they don't want to. They think they're going to miss something if they're not staring at this house. I did notice that. It's probably what it is. Maybe it's not so much talking, it's the video clips. I'm still going to show you guys some cool clips when I see them pop up. Europe is, leaders in Europe and around the world on Saturday urged all sides to exercise restraint after the United States and Israel launched major attack. So Britain, the government, they said, we don't want to see further escalation into a wider region. Lebanon. Well, these are the people that never do anything either. They always like sit back and stuff. They never want to take action. They never want to really comment on stuff. They always go with the flow. Iran is firing at U.S. bases. Air defense has just activated Ali Salam Air Base in Kuwait, intercepting. Let's take a look at this. I'll show you guys this. Whoa. I'm assuming if I had to just guess what he's saying, maybe he's saying, let's go in their language. Let's go. Maybe. It has to be. Yeah, that's the problem. Okay. Let's go. Maybe that's what he was saying. You said kaboom? Oh, that's what we were saying. Oh, okay. I don't know. I thought it was like their languages. He's saying, let's go. The chat is blowing me up saying he said kaboom. Okay. Kaboom. I think that's what it is, or what I was just saying with the retention and stuff, because I realized too that even with Nancy Guthrie, it's like when you start talking like informative and like too technical and like you're like going deeper, like they don't want that shit. They just want like the front of the house and like some like, you know, a major update, and that's kind of it. Like whatever major. They don't really want like the technicalities and in-depth stuff. I'm not saying everybody, but a lot of people. Kuwait warns that it has the right to defend itself after Iranian missiles. So Kuwait has warned that it has the right to defend itself after Iranian missiles targeted its territory this morning. Iran's pissing off everybody. Iranian strikes are a flagrant violation of its sovereignty of the state. Wow. Rumble, if you guys could do me a favor too, please follow my page. I'm trying to build up Rumble. I have 3,000 followers there. If you guys could support that venture, I'd appreciate that, for me to have an alternative platform. Rumble's been pretty nice to me. You know, I had somebody reach out to me over there. I'm in the creator program, so if you could support that, I'd appreciate it, man. Thank you. Let's see what else we got. And for those that missed it, let me just show it one more time. This was the Abu Dhabi attack. Okay.
Shelter immediately. Shelter in place. Missile threat warning. Carded shelter immediately. Shelter in place. Missile threat warning. Carded shelter immediately. Shelter in place.
Oh, hell's breaking loose. They're also saying an Iranian missile was intercepted during live Fox News report in Jerusalem. Let's take a look at that. Might be kind of interesting. Let's see.
Sirens are sounding across Israel's second largest city of Tel Aviv. Stay with me here. Can you grab my vest? Just stay with us, Griff.
He's there in Tel Aviv as he puts on his protective wear, the flak jacket there. Sirens are ringing across Tel Aviv. Sirens have rung going to the bomb shelters. And
yeah, right now, at this hour, a senior Israeli official and Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian leadership to as how some describe.
What is the vest going to do for him? The press vest.
Described in the planning process.
If he gets hit by a missile.
Cut the head of the snake.
Maybe shrapnel?
And this was a combined effort to, but just stay with me here. Okay, you can see right now there's a missile interceptor and my cameraman's going to stay on it. There's two of them right now soaring through the skies over Tel Aviv, and you can see those lines of white smoke. Those are the interceptors that are currently in the air right now looking to intercept the incoming Iranian ballistic missile fire. You see, this is live right now. As those sirens sounded, millions of people across Central coming, not just to the nation, but to the world. And you can hear the explosions there. Those are
pretty cool technology. If you're watching me, I launched a little multi-stream to the other platforms to let people know we're live. So if you're watching me on X, if you're watching me on Facebook, Twitch, or anything, I'm only going to be on those platforms for a little bit. I'm mainly just streaming on YouTube at AkidMel and Rumble at AkidMel. So just letting you guys know I'm live covering this attack. Huge, big deal. Trump is supposed to be talking this morning. Trump is talking this morning. At some point, he's going to make a address to the nation. He gave these people a final warning to back down, and it doesn't seem like they're going to give up. A lot going on overseas. And these are satellite images of what, remember they said there was an attack at one of the known compounds of the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's compound in Tehran. Several buildings destroyed. Several buildings destroyed, but they don't know the whereabouts of the supreme leader. So what, was he in here? They claim he was alive, so I don't know. Destroyed, obliterated. Thank you, Rumble. Look at Rumble chat taking over. Wow. This guy said boring. Let me know when they sink a carrier. This chat is too okay. Chat is too fast to follow. That's the first time I've ever heard anybody say that on Rumble. The chat is too fast to follow. What the hell? I don't even know how to slow the chat on Rumble, to be honest with you. How do you slow the chat over there? Settings. They might not have a slow option. Rumble Talk. I guess I have to download this Rumble Talk crap. Hello? Hmm? Oh, okay, thanks. He just left there, right? I don't have to go up there right now? Okay, alright, thank you. Waiting, guys, we're waiting. Yeah, apparently Rumble doesn't have a slow chat thing, slow down the chat. Rumble has still a long way to go with features and stuff. Okay, all right, let's get back to this. Let me see how you guys are doing. Check for some live updates. I'm at the front page. Let's go, baby. I think I'm on the front page. Yes, let's get it. On Rumble. Front page of Rumble. Amazing. Early bird gets the worm. Yeah, if we have 5,000 people on Rumble, you guys follow the page, man. Support. If you love that platform, you know, support people growing over there. And it should be, I should easily get 1,000 followers on that one live that I'm on right now. Unless it's bots. You guys, you know, hit the like button. All right, let me see what else we got, pimp. What else do we have?
President Trump, that was posted overnight. We know that he's going to speak again later on this morning. We don't have a time just yet, but wanted to ask you about his message overall to the Iranian people.
Yeah, really his message to them was, hey, this is your time to rise up. Right now, he did tell them this operation, this attack is going to last several days. So right now he wants them to shelter and...
Yeah, we could just talk. I could read the chat. We could hang out, talk. That's true, Ohio Kyle. Rumble isn't 21 plus years advanced like YouTube. That is true. I'll give you that. I think they're the only legitimate contender, really, because Rumble just sucks, bro. Rumble, I mean, they have to... not Rumble. Oh, my God. Twitch. I was going to say Twitch. Twitch sucks. Twitch is like... unless they pick you and you have, like, a following over there already, you can't... That place is impossible to grow. You just can't grow on Twitch. Rumble, I think, is the only real competitor for streaming. It needs, some advances and stuff. But they've come a long way. Because I didn't even want to touch Rumble before. Before, I wouldn't even stream on it. It has come a long way. Oh, Truth Matter, he has 3 feeds up. Maybe that's what I should do. You think I should get more feeds up? Live feeds? Okay. Maybe we need to do that. Get some more live feeds up so we can see more. Okay, let me look for some feeds then. Maybe 2 more feeds up on the screen. Oh, this one has like 4. This one has Iran, Tel Aviv, Qatar. Oh, we might have to do this one. 4 and 1. That way we have more of a visual, not just one. A couple of different places. It's all right there. All right, so we have some more cams with audio. We can keep an eye on things. Oh, I appreciate that. Nurse Janice found you on Rumble as well, following. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Oh, yeah, on YouTube, if you want to follow me on Rumble too, or vice versa, it helps out. You know, sometimes notifications don't go out. I don't trust radical Islamists with nukes. Let me check Fly Radar too. What's going on with Fly Radar? Who are they tracking now? Abu Dhabi. Oh, it's that same plane we were talking about, the surveillance thing? Still flying around. Betty Black, good morning. Thank you for the super chat. You back? Did you sleep? Did you get good sleep? Probably not. Not much. By radar. Abu Dhabi. What's a good email for me? People ask that all the time. I think probably tips@ikidmel.com. Tips@ikidmel.com, or you can go to ikidmel.com and there's an area that says submit tips. You could just go there and fill it out too. Because my ikidmel@gmail just gets flooded with a bunch of junk and stuff, you know. I wanted to show you guys this flight radar a little bit too. God forbid I talk about anything else. This is the surveillance thing that's flying around by Abu Dhabi. This is U.S. military, United States military. This thing is still going. 50,000, almost 50,000 feet in the air. U.S. Navy Tritons routinely patrol this area from bases like Al Dhafra to monitor shipping lanes, Iranian naval activity, missile launches, or threats to the Strait of Hormuz, a global oil choke point. This is a routine but strategically sensitive patrol for the MQ-4C Triton. High altitude, above most threats, long endurance, 24 plus hours. It's unmanned. Focus on maritime ISR, like tracking ships, subs, or missile activity amid ongoing U.S.-Israel strikes. Squawk 7700 indicates a problem, technical comm loss. Oh, they have some type of problem. It says Squawk 7700. Technical comm loss, possible EW jamming from Iran. Speculated in similar recent incidents where Tritons vanished from radar. No confirmed loss or crash yet. Still tracking it. Huh. Squawk 7700 emergency squawk. There's nobody in that plane though, but it's flying over these areas. The Triton sensors can monitor both sea and coastal lands from high up, detecting movements near Iran's southeastern coast or ports like Chabahar. Brief land transits allow optimal positioning for slant range views into sensitive zones without entering hostile airspace. So that thing can go really high and like optimal positioning, look at things from a slant range, not even have to enter certain areas and they can still see inside. Okay. Oh, you're in Florida too? Okay, okay. I can give you guys a little recap update. Give me 1 second. I'll give a little recap here. So there was an attack today, early morning hours. Tensions have built over the months due to Iran's nuclear program, ballistic missiles, and support for proxies. Apparently, they've been trying to have diplomatic talks, and I guess it didn't work out. And they announced that Israel announced a preemptive preventative attack on Iran to remove an existential threat, quote unquote. U.S. joined. Trump did an 8-minute video to Truth Social, which I've played twice already. He's going to be speaking again this morning. He's going to address the nation this morning. Not sure at what time yet. So they targeted Iranian military sites, missile facilities, nuclear-related sites, leadership. They tried to strike the supreme leader. We don't know if he actually got hit, though, but one of his compounds is destroyed. So far, we don't know. Was he there? Was he not? Is he alive? Is he dead? Explosions in Tehran. What else? Iran has declared a nationwide 48-hour state of emergency, closed the airspace. They've launched ballistic missiles, Iran has, and drones towards Israel, Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, northern areas. And they've also launched it at U.S. bases across. So they hit this U.S. Navy Fifth Fleet in Minab, Bahrain. I mean, there's actually we watched video like this missile hitting strike on the base. Also, Kuwait's kind of pissed. Bases in Qatar, Kuwait, including Abu Dhabi, possibly others were hit. So Kuwait was kind of pissed, and they said we have the right to defend ourselves. Let's see. No real certainties about casualties. Reports of civilian deaths in Iran. One claimed 40 children at a girls' school in southern Iran from strikes, but it's unverified. You know how this stuff goes when it's breaking and people are... The thing is, people are putting out a lot of fake information too at the same time. So you have to try to discern and try to separate what's actually happening from the fake stuff. People will take clips from other situations, previous wars and attacks, and post it now just to get clicks and engagement. And that's kind of been it this morning. And then there's this aircraft that has been flying over Abu Dhabi, a U.S. Navy, kind of like a spy thing, I guess, or surveillance. It's been flying unmanned 50,000 feet. Let me see if there's any other updates now. What's going on here? Curious what Trump is going to have to say later. So Qatar seeks temporary suspension from maritime navigation. Qatar's transportation ministry has called on all maritime vessels to temporarily suspend maritime navigation as a precautionary measure amid the hostilities in the region. Hezbollah are going to take these ships over again. Saudi Arabia has denounced Iranian aggression following retaliatory strikes. Let's see what else. Oh shit! Maybe it is true. Dozens of people were killed in a strike on a girls' school in the city of Minab in Iran's Hormozgan province, according to state news agencies. The province sits along the strategic Strait of Hormuz. So that might be true. I'm gonna try to look more into this school. And it says a strike on a girls' school, so I guess an all-girls school. That's horrible if it's true. Let me see who's reporting that. That was from New York Times. Let's see. I'm gonna try to look into that. Yeah, they said death toll quickly rose to 24 killed. Some sources like Middle East Eye and Al Jazeera, then dozens. New York Times phrasing. Most recent state figures would say at least 40 killed. Primarily students and children, with 45 wounded. Ah, man. Let me see if I can see any posts. I want to see what the school looks like. Well, this one X here said 5 students killed.
4 people have been killed in an Israeli strike on a school in Iran's southern county of Minab. Various reports suggest that it's a girls' elementary school with 5 students being killed. Of course, this is going to be leading to civilian casualties on both.
Again, this is according to Iran's state-run IRNA news agency. So sometimes you kind of have to be careful because you don't know if they're putting out propaganda or not, you know? But that's what's being reported. I don't see any actual pictures of the school. That's what I'm trying to look right now and see if they actually posted like the aftermath. I don't really trust Al Jazeera either. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but you know, just try to look into this.
U.S.-Israel attack began in the capital of Tehran, but it has spread across the country in what the United States has called Operation Epic Fury. The Israeli military says it has struck dozens of military targets in Iran and that strikes will continue as required. Iran has closed its airspace and cut mobile phone services. It has also vowed that its response to the attack will be, quote, crushing. This is happening just days after representatives from Tehran and from Washington held indirect negotiations in Geneva. Video shows a low-flying fighter jet in the skies over the Iranian capital. Iranians have been hearing the sounds of jets and explosions throughout Saturday morning. Now, aside from Tehran, there have been attacks in several other cities. That includes the holy city of Qom, Karaj near the capital, Isfahan in central Iran, Tabriz in the northwest, and Kermanshah, Urumqi and Ilam, both on the west border towards Iraq. Shiraz in the south was also hit, and so was a base near Damavand as well. And 5 students have been killed at a girls' school in the south in the Minab county.
Damn. We'll keep an eye out for that too. Keep looking into that. Damn.
So far, we're seeing some videos coming out of Bahrain. State media there is reporting that a service center used by the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet was targeted by a missile attack. So it is likely very few, if any, service members were there at this time. They were likely preparing that they could possibly be targeted, but we will try to get more information on if there are any reports of casualties.
All right, Rebecca Castor there over at Fox News. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here as we continue our coverage. We do have Edmund Fitton-Brown over at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies joining us right now. Edmund, thank you so much for being here this morning.
Great to be with you.
Well, first off, I want to get kind of your overall reaction to all of this. Again, we have some information that we know, some information we don't know, as we expect to learn more from President Trump a bit later on today, possible also from Israeli officials. What has stood out to you about what we know and what we don't?
I think the first thing is to say that this was looking increasingly inevitable because the negotiations that were going on between the US and the Iranians were clearly not going anywhere. The two sides' positions were much too far apart. So it's not a surprise. You never know the exact timing, but I think we had a sense that this was imminent. In terms of what's happened, The scope of the attacks inside Iran has been very wide. I mean, the US has gone big here. Of course, it's assembled a great deal of firepower in the region, and it's gone against the expected targets, including nuclear targets, but also including government-related targets and targets associated directly with the supreme leader of Iran, Ali Khamenei. The other thing that is particularly notable about...
All right. So we're just waiting, man. Morning time, early. A lot of people are probably still sleeping. Good morning. Yeah, it's Tel Aviv. Maybe I should put this in red. Oops. I guess people are asking where this is at. It's on the screen. This Tel Aviv, the main screen. Select color. I don't know if red will help or not, but Tel Aviv, and then the other one is in Iraq, Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, Doha, Qatar. I'll probably try to find some more feeds too if anything looks interesting. Anything looks interesting online. Oh.
took part in the war that the Israelis had initiated at that point, or that had escalated between Israel and Iran last June. The intelligence relationship between the US and Israel is extremely close. It was always absolutely clear that whatever the US was doing in Iran would have a heavy component of Israeli intelligence involved in it, and Israeli capability, of course, behind enemy lines in Iran itself, which was shown to be so remarkable last June. Now, we've seen also American military assets moving to Israel. So I think you can say that Israel is very much involved in this, but compared to last June, which was an Israeli-led operation against Iran, this is definitely a US-led operation.
What are the threats right now of retaliation? Are they serious? Again, we've seen in Israel that, there have been sirens that have been blaring. They have been sounding here for hours, kind of on and off. So the threat of retaliation, how strong are we talking here?
I think there is a threat, but I think it's a moderate threat. And that's partly to do with the depletion of Iran's resources from conflict.
Moderate threat. I'm going to check my email too. I know somebody mentioned email earlier. This works or not. Check my emails. Nancy Guthrie, the daylight's coming out. Oh man, it was dark when I got up. I was in a really deep sleep. Oh, attack, Mel. Let me log into my email and see if I've got anything interesting. The lady never emailed me. She said she was going to send something. Didn't send anything. Okay.
Again, because we've had enough. I am the grandson of a Holocaust survivor from Auschwitz. My grandfather lost both of his parents in Auschwitz. My dad fought in the 1973 Yom Kippur sword. He buried friends, close friends of his. I have buried 7 friends since October 7th. 4 of them were just civilians dancing at the Nova Festival. We're done burying innocent civilians. 9-month-old Phil Bibas, baby, been hijacked into Gaza on October 7th. This is the reality. This is what they're trying to push towards to. Next time, sir, you could see that October 7th taking place within the United States. It won't be with grenades, AK-47 and rockets as it happened to us in Israel. It will be in, just as you can see in New York, it will be with suits and ties, and they'll do it through your own tools with democracy. But rest assured, sir, their purpose is a khilafah, one Islamic global state ruled by Sharia law.
Sharia.
Basically, it's against everything that you've ever known, everything that you've ever believed in, if you believe in democracy, peace, love, and freedom.
What about the fact that these strikes there happen during the day? Do you think there's any significance there? We know that we've seen strikes happen in the middle of the night there in Iran, but this operation was carried out during daylight. Does that serve any sort of purpose specifically?
Absolutely, sir. Unfortunately, the strongest purpose I could not share with you here, but I can tell you that I can give you a different perspective. It also brings surprising, so it has the surprise element, because you would expect, just as you said, that we will attack 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m. Saturday morning. You would least expect it. Ironically, this is when October 7th happened, Saturday morning. May I remind you, 6:30 a.m. back then. And yeah, there are plenty of good reasons why you should attack on a morning rather than late nights. Let's put it this way.
Stop. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and help to break down everything that's going on in that area. Is there anything we missed? Anything that you want to make sure we mention here before I let you go?
Yes, sir. Only one thing, maybe, if I may. I have personally went to the U.S. since October 7th for 5 different speaking tours, mostly with FIDF. And what I'm trying to do is speak with Christians, Jews, Muslims, and warn them from radical Muslims, because radical Muslims are endangering, first and foremost, Muslims, sir. It was Muslims in Syria that's being kidnapped by ISIS. You know them well enough. ISIS stopped those Muslims in the middle of the street. Ask them how many rak'ah, how many bows you have in a single day of prayer. If you did not know the answer, between 15 to 18, something like that, then you would get the orange sweatsuit on your knees, head facing down, bam, chopping off your heads. So what I would, if I can leave you with anything, sir, may I leave you with this? This is fight not of the US and Israel versus Iran. This is a battle for freedom, for love, for democracy. And I couldn't be any more proud to stand with the US on this historic day. And you'll see plenty more of this, sir, because I just founded Frontline Advocates and Advocacy Project with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, me and other good people of Israel that have been fought terrorists, that been injured, that buried their friend in Mount Herzl in Jerusalem. We've had enough with those terrorism. We've had enough with burying our own friends, and we're coming to fight them within the US with their own tools, meaning suits, ties, and narratives, because we, as those who have lived the battlefield, just had enough of the propaganda, and excuse me for my French, all of the, let's call it propaganda, that you could see on different TV shows, let's say on a Piers Morgan show. We just had enough of it.
Oh, took a shot at Piers Morgan.
Thank you so much for taking the time to join us and helping to break it down.
Thank you, sir.
Come on,
And you are taking a live look at this hour over Tel Aviv and Israel, as we are awaiting word from the White House on what time President Trump will be addressing the nation here. Now, we are told this morning. However, at this point, no official time has
No official time yet. Okay. No official time yet. We're waiting. Early morning. Let's see what else we got. What's going on? What's going on? Direct hit in Jordan, the 7th country in Iran's strike today. There's an interesting video. See this.
ابو مفلح ابدا ابدا والله الله يخوف هذا يخوف ديروا بالكم لا الله يخوف لا يخوف هذا ديروا بالكم منطقة مرجع حمام طب يا اخوان اذا في ناس تسكر الطريق ابو مفلح ابدا ابدا والله الله يخوف هذا يخوف ديروا بالكم لا الله يخوف لا يخوف هذا ديروا بالكم منطقة مرجع حمام
عليه
طب يا اخوان اذا في ناس تسكر الطريق ابو مفلح
They're saying an attack out there. Ooh, what's that? Oh, wow. See if this works. No. Weird. Major smoke is billowing from the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet. I gotta show you guys that. See, boom, 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 boom. Smoke billowing, wow. See. Well, it's not showing the right side. There we go. Try that again. There we go. Wow. Direct hit. U.S. base. Ooh. Nasty, man. Wow. Oof. I wonder if anybody was killed there. This is the other video I showed earlier. For those that missed it. Look at this.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, okay.
That's wild, dude. That is wild. Not crazy. Crazy times, man. Let me show that again. So this is the base attack. Somebody's driving by. Caught on video. Wild to see.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, okay. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
And then this is Nick Sorter with a new update just a few minutes ago. Smoke billowing from the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet in Bahrain. That is crazy how they got a hit like that on a base. What happened? You know they got to be celebrating too. They're probably popping bottles. All right. Yeah. See what else? Let me check some of the articles, some of the updates. It's quiet now. It's quiet. Red Cross warns of dangerous chain reaction across Middle East. The Red Cross said the military escalation in the Middle East risked igniting a dangerous chain reaction across the region, potentially devastating consequences for civilians. Russia's not happy. Russia's very upset. You guys should be ashamed of yourself. Russia is very upset. They said here... Where did it go? I don't want me to see the update. Here we go. Russia condemns unprovoked attack of armed aggression against a sovereign state. Pot caught in the kettle black. What? Wow. Russia has condemned the U.S. and Israel strikes on Iran, the morning of the attack, they made a statement from the foreign ministry in Moscow, which just days ago marked the 4th year of its war with Ukraine. It said the scale of preparations ahead of the attack left no doubt this was a pre-planned and unprovoked act of aggression. Independent UN member state. Russia having something to say about this. Badr al-Busadi. Oh, he made a post. So this guy, Badr al-Busadi, he posted on X that he was mediating between the United States and Iran before the attacks, criticized Mr. Trump's decision to escalate. Active and serious negotiations have yet again been undermined. I urge the United States not to get sucked in further. This is not your war. What? Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada and his foreign ministry, Anita Anand, backed the American action. Wow. Canada supports the United States acting to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. What in the heck? If it was what happened, Trudeau resigned, right? Trudeau? Bro, yeah, Russia got something to say. Russia's upset, saying this is uncalled for. This is a sovereign, sovereign state. How dare you, disgusting animals? Who would do something like that? Who? Unleashing on America and Israel. Vladimir Putin. Zelensky. What? How they been in war for 4 years? Like, what is really going on with that shit? 4 years? What is the point? Like, what? How are you in war for 4 years in this modern time? Russia against Ukraine. Is it the assistance of the U.S., I guess, with all the supplies? I mean, how? Ooh. So reportedly, the Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has announced the beginning of Operation True Promise 4 Because True Promise 1, 2, and 3 didn't work, I guess. So now it's True Promise 4 is underway against the U.S. and Israel following the attacks.
خبری دیگر سپاه پاسداران
Okay, not in English, but yeah. Oh, yeah. Let me see you guys. Let me do a health check on the chat. A health check. Who's still there? Who fell asleep? Who's awake? Losing to a comedian. Man, that guy was, remember he was dancing? What, he was like into dancing or something. There was some weird videos of Zelensky. Wasn't he like in some like shows or like some type of singing, dancing contest and stuff? See the updates through. In the city of Rehovot, south of Tel Aviv, an underground parking garage beneath a neighborhood Pilates studio became an unlikely shelter as Israelis sought refuge from oncoming Iranian missiles. Really, the Israelis are running. Oh, nice. Thank you for the videos there. Layla, if you're watching, I think you are, and you sent me a clip, can you just do a quick scan of TikTok? Don't spend a whole lot of time. I'm just kind of curious if there's anybody out there like in person streaming in Iran or Israel or something. Okay, let me share this video. Footage of U.S. Army Patriot SAM battery engaging an oncoming Iranian missile barrage. Okay, I'm not going to play the music because I don't know, copyright, but this keeps capturing the wrong screen. Let's see. Here we go. Ooh. I remember the SAM from Call of Duty. I feel like those SAMs were underestimated too, man. I used to drop them all the time. People would just ignore it and leave it on the floor. Man, I used to drop it all the time. Take out all the UAVs. I think it would shoot down planes. Every time I got to, I'd shoot down the planes. Look at that, running, working. Ah. Man, Rumble is coming in hard today. We might have more people on Rumble than YouTube. Oh, no. We had a lot more. We have 4,300 on Rumble. It's close. It's actually really close. There's 4,500 on YouTube. That would be interesting if Rumble... I'm going to keep an eye. Imagine we had more viewers on Rumble than YouTube. That'd be nuts. We might have at one point. I just wasn't paying too much attention because I think we had 6,000 on Rumble. Now things have gotten like quieter. I guess until the next attack, the next barrage of attacks. Okay, let me see if I can find some news update. Revitalize us, wake us up. It's early, I'm crashing a little bit.
I remember they are based there. That is where the USS Lincoln was just weeks ago, and been before moving out to position itself to take part, we assume, in these attacks. And it does look as if some sort of munitions have landed there, and the Bahrainis are now, in the past few hours, evacuating that area around the Fifth Fleet base. So they are very worried, telling people to shelter in place. And what does that tell us? It tells us that these governments are expecting a continuing onslaught. The Kuwaitis as well, saying that they have intercepted missiles. And then, Laura, just to go to your question about the Strait of Hormuz,
I want to check out this guy for a little bit. Tosi TV. I've never watched them, but
now also expect
a lot of people, I think when I covered the attack, talked about this guy. He has 69,000 people watching. Holy moly. Let's take a sneak peek a little bit, see what's going on over
a
there.
sixth wave of attacks now started on Israel by the Islamic Republic. But let's just quickly go. I think we just got the confirmation now. This is also absolutely huge. The Israelis have now confirmed that the IRGC commander, Mohammed Pakpour, has been eliminated by the strikes. All right, so this is I can't keep count. I don't know how many of them have now been killed so far. But we can also go to the president's office in the capital and the latest video from the attack on that. And then we're going to go to the live cameras that we have from the region to see what is going on in the Persian Gulf Arab countries. Let's quickly go back to Tehran and then see what we are dealing with. Hang on, there we go. Okay, so let's just quickly go to the latest video. There we go. That's the main headquarters. That's the compound in Tehran. Wow. Huge. Yeah, both the presidential office and the supreme leader's headquarters been hit. Yeah, the guy's saying in the video, don't be scared, don't be afraid. Obviously, as the regime are getting hammered. There's a few things, let me just quickly go. Someone from Israel says, hello from Israel. Hope your family and the Iranian people will be safe. Javid Shah. Javid Shah, thank you. Unfortunately, I can't get hold of my dad in Tehran or anybody in Iran. I will keep trying. I'll try to call him and I'm going to do it live to see if it actually goes through or not. Hopefully we'll hear something from my father. Finally, my brothers in arms. I lost due to Iranian-backed militias. Nothing's happening. We'll have some peace. Hope. Thank you. It's not even ringing. Happy Ramadan. That's not thunder. Yes. So let's not forget. There's a few things happening. It's not even ringing. This weekend, we've got Ramadan. We've got Shabbat. We've got Purim coming up. There's another thing. Basically, everything's happening at the same time. And the regime getting hammered. Let's quickly go to the statement from the Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi, or King Reza II, with English subtitles. While we watch that, I'm going to get some things verified for you guys. So stay with us with our live coverage. All right.
همیهنان عزیزم.
All right.
لحظاتی سرنوشت‌ساز پیش روی ماست. کمکی که رئیس جمهور ایالات متحده به مردم شجاع ایران داده بود اکنون رسیده است. این یک مداخله بشردوستانه است و هدف آن جمهوری اسلامی دستگاه سرکوب و ماشین کشتار آن است، نه کشور و ملت بزرگ ایران. اما با وجود رسیدن این کمک، پیروزی نهایی همچنان به دست ما. این ما ملت ایران هستیم که در این آخرین نبرد کار را تمام خواهیم کرد. زمان بازگشت به خیابانها نزدیک است. اکنون که جمهوری اسلامی در حال فروپاشی است، پیام من به نیروهای نظامی، انتظامی و امنیتی کشور روشن است.
Maybe I should read this for you guys. You have sworn an oath to protect Iran, an Iranian national, not the Islamic Republic and its leaders. Your duty is to defend the people, not defend a regime that has taken our homeland hostage. Through repression and crime, join the nation and help ensure a stable and secure transition by getting the Dominion voting system for a fair election. Otherwise, you will sink with Khamenei's ship and his crumbling regime. And my message to the President of the United States, President Trump, is this. The honorable people of Iran, despite the brutal repression and killings carried out by this regime, stood bravely for nearly 2 months. I now ask you to exercise the utmost possible caution to preserve the lives of civilians and compatriots. Oh, I see. The people of Iran are your natural allies and the allies of the free world, and they will not forget your assistance during the most difficult period of Iran's contemporary history. And to you, my dear compatriots in Iran, in these sensitive hours and days, more than ever, we must remain focused on our ultimate goal: reclaiming Iran. But they said Trump was racist, though. They've been saying he racist. Russia, racist. What happened? Why is he helping everybody else? The Latinos, the Iranis. What's going on? I guess they would probably try to argue it's for like his own benefit or something, but they say he racist. Okay.
میخواهم هر چه زودتر در کنار شما باشم تا با هم ایران را پس بگیریم و دوباره بسازیم. پاینده ایران.
God bless the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. Okay, so a few important things to report for you guys as we continue our live coverage. Let me just see if we still have. Do we have all our live cameras? Yeah, we've got the border. I think Doha is still being attacked. Let me just double check a few things for you guys. All right, let's quickly go back to the capital of Qatar. All right, so we're now in Doha, the live feed from Qatar. There's a few things to mention here for you guys. So Israel.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, you can hear it here too. Doha. I wonder if I should get like a better full screen of Doha. Doha right now, guys.
Declared the missiles and drones from the Islamic.
Let me try to find another, like a full screen Doha, better quality. Okay, I think I have one. Let me see. Oh, intercepted. See that, guys? Intercepted. That was in Tel Aviv. So in Tel Aviv and Doha, they're getting warnings. Rewind that real quick for a second. Oh, you don't really see like much. Oh, you see it right there, like a little. There's like a little spot in the sky. A fake stream, that one. Doha skyline, let's see.
Republic are launched 10 as a to mention they've still been attacked.
Oh, I guess that was never Doha. I guess it was the Tel Aviv one then. I thought it was Doha too. Tel Aviv, okay. Another unsuccessful strike, I guess. Looks like they froze though. Did they freeze here? What's going on here? Let me try refreshing. I think they can't. Oh, they're moving now. Okay, there we go. Oh, it looks like they deflected another missile, I guess, or destroyed it. Okay.
People are all out on the streets. You can see the black flags of Islam that have also been raised across the country by the regime. The IRGC base in Shustar has now also been destroyed by either the Americans or the Israelis. I can't really confirm which one is doing what. It's difficult to keep track on these guys. Let's go. That's another IRGC base going up in flames. All right, so there's a few things to discuss, including Qatar. And I'm going to give you guys the list of all the bases, the US bases that have now been attacked by the Islamic Republic. There's a whole list across the Arab countries. There's something coming in from the Russians as well.
Well, oh yeah, we got the Russians.
Obviously,
ready.
the Russians still have a number of people in Iran. Yeah, they have evacuated a lot of their people from the country, but the Russian staff will stay at the Bushehr nuclear power plant, which is not really be safe. The Russians have told the Americans, do not target the nuclear sites. And I think this is on purpose. They are keeping the Russians at the facilities so that they can put pressure on Trump not to attack them. I don't think Trump cares at this point. Let's go to Qatar being attacked by the IRGC.
साइड साइड पे हो जाओ साइड पे भागो
Oh, they're running.
Oh, it's coming down. It's coming down. Look at it.
Oh my gosh. What was that? Oh shit. What
That's in
the
Qatar, near the Escalate base.
Yo, did you see that?
That was close.
Oh my god.
Hold on, we gotta take that back. Is there something going on? Okay. That is crazy.
जाओ साइड पे
It says guitar? Hold on. Look at this.
Oh. Oh, it's coming down. It's coming down. Look at it. Sharpnell's coming down.
Wow.
That's in Qatar, near the Escalate base. That was close.
Oh my god.
Dude.
Luckily, you can see when they come down slowly.
Look at
Everybody needs to keep their heads up. Just keep watching the air,
Look at
the skies.
anything here. Oh my god. बिल्कुल मेरे रूम के सामने.
Oof.
All right, so I'm going to give you guys the list of the bases, the US bases that have now been attacked by the IRGC across the region, and we can quickly go to the border between Iran and Iraq and keep an eye on that situation as well. But while we do that, all right, so quick things. Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, UAE, Saudi, Jordan, and Iraq. So inside each country. In Bahrain, you got the Al Jafar base that has been attacked. The US 5th Fleet Command Center has been attacked. The Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar has been attacked. We have the Arafian camp in Kuwait, Ahmed Al Jabr Air Base, and Mubarak Air Base also in Kuwait. In the United Arab Emirates, we got the Al Darfa Air Base, Jebel Ali Port, and we also have the Fujairah Air Base that had been targeted by the IRGC. We got a couple of random dogs walking around the border between Iran and Iraq. I don't know what they're doing over there. Go home, guys. The live feed from Jerusalem.
That's crazy, dude. Sheesh. Crazy, crazy, crazy.
Obviously, this is not. This is the live feed now from Jerusalem. And if we go to the sound, again, just a quick heads up if you hear sirens. See the old city. Okay, so while we're here, there's a lot happening. I'm just going to get some quick reactions from the live chat while we wait for more news. Someone says Mazel Tov, hail, hail.
So what we got going on? What's up, everybody? Welcome. If you could hit the like button when you're in here. What's up? What's up? We're waiting for the next updates. Iran's not backing down. Trump is supposed to talk this morning. We're waiting on. We don't know what time yet. They're saying more international leaders are reacting to the strikes. The presidents of the European Council and the European Union, Antonio Costa and Ursula von der Leyen, called the strikes greatly concerning. All parties to exercise maximum restraint to protect civilians. I agree with that, but try to with the civilians. The France's President Emmanuel Macron said that the outbreak of war between the United States, Israel, and Iran carries grave consequences for the international peace and security. He wrote on X, "The ongoing escalation is dangerous for all and must stop," calling on Iran to engage in good faith negotiations to end its nuclear and ballistic programs. Spain's Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez said that his country rejects the unilateral military action of the United States and Israel, which constitutes an escalation and contributes to a more uncertain and hostile international order. He said that Spain also rejects the actions of the Iranian regime and the Revolutionary Guard, adding, "We cannot afford another prolonged, devastating war in the Middle East. And even though they've killed thousands of people and it's a regime, Spain stands with Iran." Okay. Cuba's Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez Parilla, Cuba. The Cubans, wow, Cuba got something to say about this. Said that his country condemns the U.S. and Israeli attacks, writing on X that these irresponsible actions breach international peace and security and constitutes a clear violation of international law and the UN Charter. He said that he tweeted this out. Okay, wow, okay. Belgium had something to say. Belgium Foreign Minister Maxim Prevot said on X that his country deeply regrets that diplomatic efforts could not lead earlier to a negotiated solution. But it also said that Belgium understands the profound security imperatives and the prolonged frustration with Iran's refusal to engage constructively. We already got the Canadian Prime Minister, Mark Carney. Japan's foreign ministry said that the situation in the Middle East has a significant impact on Japan, including from the perspective of energy security, adding that the Japanese government is closely monitoring with great concern. Okay. Israeli military. Oh, let me give me 1 second. Hello? Oh yeah, I can use some of it, but remember the talking thing too, though. I guess. So I think it's little here and there. I guess, right? Oh, let me look. Hold on. Let me see.
breaking lines. We're showing you.
I don't know. I never heard of this. I guess they're the BBC. I try to stay away from. They're very like weird about copyright and stuff. Yeah, anything BBC that says BBC, I try to avoid them. But let me see. The Sky News is fine though. Sky News is live too though. Okay. Alrighty. Reuters. It's called Reuters. Okay. All right. Bye. Reuters.
6,000 people died, but of course there's unofficial reports of many, many more.
Yeah, did you hear about the strike? No, but prepare a tweet for me as everybody else is doing that, and we must address the nation. Tweet something out. I'm going back to my caviar and champagne mimosas this morning. Tweet something out for the dimwits. Thank you.
Apparently he's going to go on TV, so it's like I don't think he's going to go live. I think it's a pre-recorded video. They're going to pretend he's live, isn't he? This is brilliant. All right, so this is going to be great. Khamenei is about to go live. Well, about to appear on TV. Ooh. We can tell if he's live or not. But by the way, even if they lie. Happy Ramadan from Australia. May the beautiful people of Iran finally see freedom after 47 years. Okay, so wow, he's going to go on TV. I want to see how what it looks like. Let's just quickly give you guys the next round of updates. More videos are coming in now. While we stay with Jerusalem as well. What is going on with the stupidity of... can go to Bahrain. Oh, but they are using the suicide drones, the Islamic Republic in Bahrain.
Really?
Oh, very, very brave of them. It reminds me of last night when the Taliban made an announcement that they are going to be using a suicide bomber battalion against Pakistan. Pakistan have a big army and nuclear, and the Taliban are using suicide bombers as if it's 1997. Instead of using drones, you have American equipment as well, but it seems like they are very, very dedicated to the old-fashioned ways of warfare. Oh, the Taliban. Okay, so let's quickly go to the situation in one of the Persian Gulf Arab countries. I believe this is in Bahrain, which has now been hit again by the IRGC from Iran. Let's go.
Jump man, jump man, jump man, jump man, jump man, jump. I don't know why this thing doesn't work.
Okay. It's gonna hit. That's a drone, that's a drone.
Oh, another one? Oh, here we go. Wow.
That was
let's take a look at that again. He's finding all these really interesting clips.
Bahrain from... Okay.
It's
gonna hit. That's a drone, that's a drone. Here we go. That was a Shaheed drone by the IRGC. Now, we are waiting for Ali Khamenei. Derek says, Tusi, your American friends are coming to help. We don't want to hurt any civilians, but Americans stand behind Trump on this. Javid Shah, absolutely. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Someone says, Goldie can take a break now. Thank you for the most verified and trusted news. Free Iran.
Crazy, man. Whoa! I really want to see what Trump has to say today. Jump in. Let's see what else we got. Let's check these articles here. At least some gang of 8 congressional leaders were notified before the strikes. Oh, gang of 8, they call them. More international leaders react to the strikes. We got that. Iran will deliver a more forceful response than last June's, authorities tell Iranians in text message. A text message sent out to cell phones in Iran today said that Iran will deliver a more forceful response than the 12-day war with the U.S. and Israel last summer. I don't remember. Did they even have any meaningful response the last time? What?
مهیبی هم کرد این رادار گنبدی کیشه توی فرودگاه کیش ساعت 15 و 13 دقیقه روز شنبه
I need more Coca-Cola. Good thing is it's Coke Zero, so it's fine. It's not fine. It's not good for your teeth, but it's slightly better, generally speaking. All right, let's go back to Haifa, one of my favorite places. Get the live cam there sorted, and
Haifa.
What is happening with it? We are trying to sort out the flight radar access. It's not going well. Oh wow, President Trump is no longer expected to address the nation today.
Oh my gosh, come on.
This is the most Trump thing ever. He told us yesterday he's going to be making a decision by 3 p.m. Eastern time, which would be like 9 hours from now. And then he will make his speech afterwards. I love how when he does unpredictability, it's sort of like, you know he's lying, but you just don't know when he's going to do it. I wasn't expecting him to do it in like middle of lunchtime, but that was a surprise. We have another video of people in Iran celebrating the attacks against the IRGC. People in Iran are absolutely crazy, by the way. Let's quickly go and see the latest footage from, I think this is in the capital again. I'll double check this. And we'll get some reaction from you guys. It's going to be a long day.
Oh, yeah.
Very long day. Yeah, this is in Tehran, the capital of Iran. And let's go back. Let's go and see what's going on. Move away from Haifa. There we go. Let's go to Tehran. They're all happy. Basically saying bravo. They're hitting near the parliament. You can hear the air defense system.
Yeah.
Another one.
Oh.
Go.
Oh. Hey, they're happy about this shit. I would have been ducking.
All the fighting is still flying around. The Americans and the Israelis have total control of the airspace right now, as expected. We also can go to a school in Iran. Again, it is a different school. School kids are... Where is this? Let's find out which school this is. Or which city, at least. I'll get this verified. But they are chanting Javid Shah, as in, long live the king. Let's go.
Oh. Wow, they're having a party. Yeah, people are happy. It's what they want.
Pro-freedom, future generation of Iranians. It's time to end the Islamic rule. Okay, so what is happening with that? Okay, there is a lot happening. In case you missed it, one of my favorite moments in the middle of all this was...
we look into the Trump thing, too.
If you could just see what I'm dealing with right now on the screen. It's crazy stuff, by the way.
So Kuwait says ballistic missiles targeting an airbase intercepted. Is there a live feed over here?
There is no need to panic. And also they are talking about the failure of the attack so far because the leadership hasn't been touched. All the major leaders of the country, the most top
this is propaganda,
government officials and military officials are safe, as they say here in the...
I don't know if it's probably, but they're very for Iran. This is like Qatar. Isn't the station out of Qatar or something? So they're saying everything is good. None of the leaders have been killed. This is a waste of time for the Americans. We will strike back. Let's see what they have to say.
The government is talking about this and giving orders and instructions that any suspicious movement in the streets will be crushed. So, I mean, we can already talk about like the Iranians saying that they have absorbed this first shock, this first wave of attacks, and that this only makes the purposes of the attacks by the Americans of the campaign more distant than the Americans and the Israelis have been expecting. It's going to be a protruded war. It's going to be painful. It's going to be very costly to the Americans. And the foreign minister has promised in different statements that Iran is going to strike back stronger than ever before, and that it is going to teach the Americans and the Israelis a lesson they have never seen before.
Israel and the US have said that this is just the start of what is going to be a prolonged campaign. Is Iran prepared for that?
That's what they say. The Iranians are saying that because of what happened in June, they have been preparing for this war, and that no matter how long it will take, they have the means, the capabilities, the national resolve to counter this campaign and to ascertain that it is going to fail. That's what they say. They say they have the military capabilities that...
Baghdad denounces strikes on Iran. They denounced them, Baghdad. Warns against involving Iraq. Don't make us get in there. Canada backs Iran, which is I was a little shocked. But if it was Trudeau and he broke, is he still with that chick? I don't remember her name. Katy Perry? Or did they break up? I read they broke up. Somebody said they're gonna have the most liberal kid ever. The U.S. Embassy in Bahrain has they closed Sunday due to ongoing missile strikes. Air defense fire seen in Dubai, the commercial hub of the United Arab Emirates. At least three big blasts were heard over Dubai, according to Reuters. Let me see, does Reuters? Yeah, I heard Reuters was live. I wonder what kind of feeds they have. Reuters. They hit me up one time. I forgot. I was covering the protest stuff. The No King's Day, the first one. View of Haifa. Maybe we'll take a look at that. And I was getting a lot of views. When you start getting a lot of views on certain things, they come out of the woodwork. These companies, let me tell you, they look, they're eyeing you. They come out of the woodwork. They want this, they want that, they want to copyright claim this, that. I didn't use much of it. I used some of their feed, and somebody had hit me up, and I was like, all right, well, like, do you have a licensing thing? Because they were like, we don't want to have to strike you. All right, you want to do like, you have like a licensing thing or whatever. But it was so inconsequential that the amount that I used, and I was like talking the whole time, like fair use. I was gonna, if I had to pay, I was gonna pay, but he didn't. They never got back to me. They just left it like that. I was like, all right. View of Haifa port in northern Israel. Jump, man, jump, man, jump, man, jump, man. Oh, this was earlier? That's earlier.
As they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms, you will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight.
Nobody.
Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach.
Live to Washington, our White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett is with us again. Kimberly, you were saying a few moments ago that it's, just after 8 a.m. there. People will be waking up to news that they are at war, and with so far the only message from the president being that video on his Truth Social platform. Will they be on board with the idea that Iran was an imminent threat to the U.S.?
All right, move on from that. Move on. Let's see what else we got, because this guy's putting up all the good stuff. See?
Schoolgirls.
Oh, it's the schoolgirl thing?
You hopefully can understand why people in Iran have been so supportive of the Americans and the Israelis to get rid of the threat of the Islamic Republic. They don't even care about their own people. Well, it's not really their people anyway. They are the occupying forces. So this is the schoolgirls in Iran.
Schoolgirls.
Again, celebrating the attack. Let's see.
School. Oh, celebrating. That's it. Ah.
Yeah, so these are their schoolgirls in Iran. Now, let's quickly go to also Tel Aviv. Let's see what's going on over there. Do we have sirens?
I don't hear any sirens here.
Hopefully it's, yeah, just a heads up. There might be sirens at times. For now it's quiet, so that's good news. Although the angle from Tel Aviv is not the best, so let's just quickly go back to Jerusalem. Right, so we got Jerusalem. Now let's have a double check. Trying to get more details about Khamenei, the supreme leader.
The supreme leader. Do not worry.
I don't know where he is.
He's fine.
Well, his compound is destroyed, so he can't really go back there.
I mean, where do you go? If you're a supreme leader, do you go underground?
You can go to Shiraz, in the south, almost south of Iran. In the Pars province, people chanting death to Khamenei.
Okay. That's crazy, dude. Okay. How you guys holding up, man? Let me put you on the big screen. I'm okay. I'm a little tired because all the streaming we've done lately. I'm loaded up with caffeine though. Oh man. Good morning, especially to the people just waking up. Good morning, man. We're live. We're live. They said Trump was supposed to talk. I got to look into that. What happened? Now he's not going to talk? What happened? That was going to be my highlight. I thought maybe he was going to talk some ish, warn him again. Maybe he was advised not to talk, maybe. Florida boy must feel really out of place in Florida. What does that mean? Florida girl? Oh, there's somebody in the chat named that? Let's see. They done FAFO. Oh, here it is. Oh, okay. Somebody causing an rising in the chat. Oh, yeah, he disagrees. Doesn't like Trump. Okay. New York Post mail, high-ranking Islamic commanders regime officials killed. Okay, I'm gonna check that out. So New York Post, let's take a look at that. Well, let me see. Is this it? Oh, not this one. What the New York Post is saying here. Operation Epic Fury. Oh, here we go. Here's the post. Okay, thank you. Multiple high-ranking Islamic commanders, regime officials killed in Operation Epic Fury. U.S. and Israel launched at least 7 missiles on Iran Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei's fortified compound, killing numerous senior officials. Another 40 people were killed when Israeli missiles landed on a school. Oh, shit. Citing Iranian state media. President Trump said in an address early Saturday morning that the strikes were targeting Iranian leadership and that Operation Epic Fury's objective was to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime. Interesting. You calling ice? Oh. Hoffa. What else we got? Who else? We got live now from Fox. What is that?
It does up the ante because, as you know, Josh, from our previous conversations, their missiles and warheads are just much bigger payloads. So when something is going on with Iran, people are extra cautious. They want to stay much closer to shelters and they want to know where their loved ones are.
And this is some of the video from earlier on this morning. Obviously, you can't hear it, but there are sirens that are blaring, and that's been, as we mentioned, kind of the situation that's been taking place throughout the morning. Now, as far as the mission itself, I've asked this of a lot of people, but What do you make of the fact that the U.S. and Israel worked on this together? They made sure that this happened together in a joint military operation.
So that's no surprise to me, as since the beginning, since Donald Trump took office, all of these proactive military operations by Israel have been hand in glove with the Americans, either through close coordination or in some instances as we saw last June in the 12-day war, it was with the U.S. actually operating, the U.S. military operating with the Israeli military when the U.S. took out the nuclear sites. What's very interesting about what's happening now, Josh, and this is a historic moment, is that because Iran has lashed out at assets all over the region, including in Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Kuwait, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia as well. All of these places have now received fire from Iran as a result of this war and retaliation for the US and Israeli operation. Now the tone is very different and super interesting from the Gulf countries and the other Arab allies of the US. And they are taking on a tone, instead of being diplomatic and trying to de-escalate and wanting to stay out of it, it looks like they may also get into this war as well. So that is the new thing here. That is what we're seeing for the first time, and that could really change things on the ground. You heard my alarm there, right now.
What's going on at the Nancy Guthrie house? Should we get a little small feed to monitor that too? Just put it on the side. We can. Oh man, my body's feeling. I'm old, man. I'm old. Staying up late now and like getting up early without much sleep is the equivalency of like drinking and being hungover. Like I feel like I'm drugged. It's crazy. I want to look into the Trump thing. I'm disappointed if it's true he's not talking this morning. I guess it's for a reason. The guy we were listening to said he's not gonna speak. And Iran, what happened to all the attacks they said they were gonna do? They did some attacks. They were successful in some stuff. Where's the rest? You will see a retaliation like you've never seen before. I wonder if they got the Supreme Leader. Supreme Leader. Okay. Give me a sec. I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Use the restroom. Oh, Mel, you were streaming in the middle of the night. Why didn't Trump address the country? Why post a message on Truth Social? That's disrespectful to the citizens, IMO. Oh. Why didn't Trump address the country? Why post a message on Truth Social? Damn. All right. I switched the T-Mobile modems to a different outlet because I don't want to risk the power going down again. So I have 2 different internets on 2 different outlets. Those modems are going to restart, but we should be fine on this one. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has boarded Israel's Wing of Zion plane and is exiting Israel's airspace, heading to a secure location. Really? Ooh. End of times. I see. I wonder if it's popped up on Fly Radar. They don't show it. Let me see. End of times. Secure location. Abu Dhabi. And that thing is still flying. That United States Navy surveillance thing, still going. I think they said it can fly 24 hours, like nonstop, unmanned. Ooh, it came out here from the ocean, I guess, somewhere here. I'm assuming that was the origin, or was it here maybe? We're flying through here, go through Saudi Arabia. 50, almost 50,000 feet in the sky. Wow. I don't think the Benjamin plane shows on Fly Radar. Maybe that's a security risk. Netanyahu. Okay, let me see. Israel. You don't see anything on Israel for Fly Radar. Like if you go to zoom into Israel. Oh, is this it here? Israel government? Oh, maybe this is it. Netanyahu, where are you going, man? That boy took a flight. So they're saying Netanyahu's on this plane? Oh, shoot. Netanyahu. Let me take a screenshot of this. Thank you for that information. That's interesting. It's just flying in circles right now. Hmm. 20,000 feet. The Israeli government. Fetterman came out in full support, I heard. Canada and Fetterman. Let me do another title update. Just keep it keep things fresh. Everybody says anytime there's something big, people say it's a distraction, or a lot of the times a distraction from the Epstein files. But I don't know. The Epstein got a lot of coverage. The Epstein files. I mean, there's still, I guess, a lot of files in there. But maybe this is a way to pull people away to something else, is what people would say. The Epstein files. You know, there was a post. I don't know if it was legit, but it went viral. And it said these Iranian hackers had threatened Trump. And they said the first attack that you do in Iran, we're going to release the unsealed Epstein files that he was allegedly with minors and stuff. So I want to know, let's see if the hacker group did it. We're waiting. They've been talking about this shit forever. Drop it. Not that I want to see it, but oh, I like this title. Yes. Let's do that. Do a new title update. Oh, I love it. Perfect. 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 Mm-hmm. Good morning. This is Zion plane. Just going in circles. I wonder if we can look up like the inside of the plane. What does it look like? The amenities. Wing of Zion. That's what it's called. The Wing of Zion. Is he concerned for his safety? The missiles coming in, are they going to assassinate him or try to get a strike in? I'm pretty sure he has to have like some really, really secure locations, and the intelligence for Iran is probably not anywhere near the U.S. Trump covered up Epstein files. Well, he pushed for it to be released, but then he kind of also was like, he was telling people to get over this shit. Is what he said. He was like, move on from it. It's weird, but they don't. What do they have? Nothing. It's just allegations from a long time ago. The lady that with the lawsuit that had recanted her allegations. It was right before he was going to run for president. Or Jean Carroll. Jean Carroll's a psycho, in my opinion. That Jean Carroll's a nut job. Sure, they had an interview with CNN talking about, oh, rape is sexy. Even what's his name, Anderson Cooper had to like, all right, cut to break. This chick is loopy. Jean Carroll, he lost that lawsuit though. So they're flying. The plane that's being flown is a Boeing 767-338ER, extended range, wide body. We got that wide body. Israel Air Force, Squadron 120. The unit is responsible for VIP government flights. The Wings of Zion. And Trump took that plane from Qatar, but I don't know if I would trust it. Qatar. Why would I fly a Qatari plane? How do I know that they purposely didn't program something in there to kill me? I don't know if that's how that works, but Wing of Zion. I want to get a close-up of this plane, too. Let me see an image of this. The Wing of Zion. Wow. Oh, let me show you a picture. Mm-hmm. State of Israel. That's the plane right there. I mean, there's a bunch of people on that Epstein stuff. All that stuff is weird, man. And no arrest, right? I mean, the only one that I guess got maybe caught up was Andrew. But they said something like a really weird, like, soft. He was detained. Not detained. It was something even softer. A misconduct. The British people. You can do the most horrendous thing. They're just like, oh, he committed misconduct. Like, what the hell, misconduct? Misconduct. No need for naughty words. Okay. Yeah, Israel, Gaza. This plane, yeah, it's flying in circles. Maybe we should put the skyline on the side. Oh, we got this skyline right here, actually. Misconduct. I mean, said you hate Jews because you hate God. Damn. I never knew. Like, one day I sat back and thought about it. Like, I've had a lot of Jewish girlfriends. And it wasn't, like, intentional. I don't know. There was, But I wonder if Jews have, like, a thing. Like, do they consider, like, is there different types of Jews? Because I had, an ex a long time ago that she was adopted. And so her parents, her adopted parents were Jewish. And so she's like, all right, I'm Jewish. And, you know, she followed some of the stuff, I guess, some of the traditions. But she was psycho, man. She was crazy. She was crazy as hell. It's the only person I've ever had to get a restraining order on. Psycho. And then, oh, there was a girl even before her that I dated. She was actually really Jewish. Her family stuff. When I first came to Florida. She was Jewish, so that's two. Then, like I know, oh yeah. That one. She was Jewish too. The one that was dating in Miami, but it was like kind of like through family or her ex-husband or something. I don't know, something like that. So people just kind of adopted. I don't know if they're really believe in stuff or what. And then there was somebody else after too, through like family and stuff. So I was like, damn, I got all these Jewish. Is there something going on here? Honeypots? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Oh, man. Oh, man. Quiet shot. Maybe. Yeah, let's do that. Like a fresh new thumbnail. I feel like we should check in with some of the news. Let's see, I had this guy. I wonder what this guy's talking about. Let's see.
I think the IRGC to start hitting residential areas in Iran, to also blame it on the Americans and...
Let's get a little update from our guy here. Oh, he got off. Oh. Let's just listen to the last few minutes then for a second, see what he said.
Hate their school on purpose, right? The regime. But we do know that they tend to do it to blame the other side. 4 people have been killed in Syria. We can actually quickly go to Syria, show you the situation over there.
Syria? Oh.
4 people everywhere as well, especially in Syria. They've been dealing with so much nonsense over the last few years. Now they have the Islamic Republic to deal with as well. The latest video from the so-called New Syria. And then we're going to show you again the moment Khamenei's compound and headquarters was hit by the Americans and the Israelis. Let's go to Syria. Vile behavior by the regime from Iran.
Oh, so they're saying Iran did this. They're shooting at and taking out anybody they can.
Absolutely vile. All right, let's... Yeah, this is the moment that Ali Khamenei's headquarters was destroyed. There you go.
Wow.
People are happy?
Damn.
The Canadian government have just come out and supported President Trump's decision to attack the Islamic Republic. Insane. I mean, I was not expecting this from Mark Carney, but over the last few weeks, he's kind of impressed us. But again, the credit goes to Trump because the White House have been putting a lot of pressure on Canada. The Canadians were the first, apart from the US, the Canadians were the first to announce that we will no longer deal with Iran until there is regime change. And that was weeks ago. So well done, Canada. and well done, the Americans. All right, so we're going to take a quick break. There's a lot happening. Thank you so much for watching. We're going to come back shortly, very shortly. We're going to have to verify a few things. We're waiting for Khamenei, and I'm pretty sure in the next few minutes when we come back, there will be huge news updates. Subscribe to the channel. I usually say join TC2 Plus, but probably wait for a few minutes when we come back with a huge 75% discount code. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Maya TC, and we are the media.
We are the media. Okay, who's getting off for now? I guess he's gonna come back later. What if he's keeping that live go? Yeah, he got off. Okay, he'll come back later. So apparently I was told that I misheard him because I thought he said that Trump wasn't going to speak anymore. But I was told that he said Trump is going to wait until 3 or something to make a decision and then talk. So we're going to have to... Oh, the plane's moving. We're going to have to get some confirmation on that. And see exactly what's happening, you know? I guess everything's fluid, you know? Things can change at a moment's notice. Is the plane going back? Where's the plane going? I wonder if there's any videos of the inside of the plane. That's what I want to see. I want to see the luxury in there. Israel. The motherland. The motherland. You're not Christian if you don't go there. I'd like to... Well, no, I wouldn't like to go. There's too much shit going on. Never mind. So that might be kind of cool to see it one day, but not right now. The Jews do get blamed for a lot of stuff. People complain about them all the time. Okay, I'm looking at Rumble now. This Maher Tosi guy is a Zionist puppy. He supports Israel. I feel like Israel does get a lot of hate, but I almost feel like I've had this feeling of like, because I feel like it's become a thing where like they're blamed for everything. And it's almost like these people that have adopted a victim mentality. The same thing that they accuse others of. Now they're doing the same themselves. And it's like, it's Israel. And everything in their life and everything that's happened to them, it's Israel. Like at some point, man, like, I mean, to me, this is kind of like lame, bro. Like, get up and do what the fuck you have to do. Take care of your life. Like, Israel is not going to, you know, just like when people are really angry and upset about the president. For the most part, they're not going to have any effect in your life, like directly, for the most part. The most direct effect you can have in your life is you yourself. Like, oh, snap. Oh. Wait, where's that at? It's this one, the main screen. We're getting missile warnings. The Jew thing, it's like, oh my God. I mean, I also feel like you should be able to criticize, like, you know, whatever thing too, though. You know, like just because it's Jewish, you're not allowed to criticize. That's crazy too. I think you should be able to criticize, have your opinions and thoughts. But this whole thing of like the constant complaining and stuff, man, come on, bro. And these are the same people that are telling black people, oh, the victimhood mentality. No, bro, you're the new black victimhood mentality. The white Jewish complainers. Sorry. It's just like tiring, exhausting, man. Go get a job, go, I don't know, do something in your house, get a hobby. I don't know, man. I know a lot of people are probably not gonna like that, but I never understood like the constant. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. I mean, I understand some of the criticisms, the wars and all this stuff. I do believe Epstein was like Mossad. I do believe that, but wasn't his father like, or no, I'm thinking of Ghislaine. Her father was like a operative or so. I do believe he was like there to get people in compromising positions and then use it at some point as blackmail or for other governments. You know, I do feel that. You know, I mean, because like Nick Fuentes, I think Nick Fuentes is really funny, but he's flip-flop on a lot of his belief and a lot of the things he said about Israel, because he was even at one point like he doesn't believe it was 6 million and it was less, and then later on after he goes on Patrick retaliation. And he's like, no, I believe it was that and more. He's flip-flopped so many times, even on Trump. Flip-flopped so many times. I'm not saying you can't criticize, you know, and be on Trump's side. But he's like, I wouldn't trust somebody like that. A constant flip-flopper all the time, all over the place. Kind of like Kanye, all over the fucking place, too. Kanye led the march with the Jewish stuff, and now he's over there apologizing. Trump's talking? Let me see. Over there apologizing on his hands and knees. And if he's truly sorry, that's great, but why do all the things you said you... I mean, unless he's off his meds or something. Maybe he's off his meds, I don't know.
The media have denied...
Man, Israel or the president of the United States, for the most part, I'm not saying there's little things I can, like my tax income or something like that, or, you know, for the most part, the biggest direct effect in my life has been me, myself. It's not been me and these other people in another country. Or who's even the president. When Biden was in office, I still did what I had to do. No, man. They're saying Trump's talk? Somebody said Trump's talking?
Is going to happen as far as
I don't see that.
potential news conference later today. As of right now, they do say nothing is officially planned.
Nothing's officially planned. That's live. Nothing is officially planned. Yeah, it's a... Maybe it's the Jewish girlfriends I've had, man. Maybe that's why I'm corrupted. Trump is speaking. Where are you guys getting that from? Where is he speaking? I have the live news Fox channel. Unless they're delayed. Let me check the White House page. I think they're trolling, but let me get the White House page. Let's go to the source. White House. Trump is not talking. Sorry. There's a video from last night that was posted to Truth Social and posted to the White House page, but that was from last night. Now news channels are playing that over and over, so that's, I guess you hate Jesus. News channels are playing that over and over. Well, you know, that's a good point you make there, Joe. That's a good point you make. I believe in Jesus. Yeah, dude. They what do they believe? They don't think he... Oh, let me see. I forgot what the Jewish people believe. They think he resurrected already or something? I mean, I always thought that whole circumcision thing was weird as fuck. Why are you biting these... the baby's penises, and like, that's fucking weird as hell. I've always thought that. Like, why? I think they stopped doing that practice. Who came up with that practice? I'm gonna bite the skin on this baby's penis. The fuck? I've always said that. I've always thought that was weird as hell. Sorry, that was kind of graphic, but it's true though. So I'm saying I don't think they should be above criticism, but I'm not, like, my whole life is not revolving around these people. Is Jesus God's son? That's what they did, right? That's what I've seen. That's what they used to do. I'm telling you, that's what they did. I'm not making that up. You didn't know that? They still do it? Yeah, it's a thing. I'm not making that up. I mean, look. I thought like they kind of stopped. I thought they stopped doing it, or they've kind of like, all right, this looks kind of crazy. Let's time to update it. Like, let's not do that. Hold on. Let me just check it. I'm pretty sure I saw that. Jewish tradition. Let's see. Met zit za bep, where a mole orally suctions blood. Oh, so they sucked it off? Oh, God. I mean, I don't know if that's better, but okay. Let me see. Let me look into this claim. Misi says circumcision prevented boys from dying on infection in ancient times. Okay, it's like kosher laws about cleanliness to prevent death. Same with pork. So maybe it's an old-time tradition. So, okay, so I'm being corrected. It says it's a misconception and distortion of Jewish circumcision rituals. In traditional Jewish practices, the foreskin is removed from the infant's penis using a sharp instrument like a knife or scalpel, not biting it off. I thought they were biting this shit. Okay, I'm wrong. This has been the case for thousands of years as described by religious texts and historical accounts. What might be confused here is specific controversial practice called metzitzabip, oral suction. I'm sorry. Oh, you're right. Oral suction. Sorry, I wasn't biting. Okay. Which is performed by some ultra-Orthodox Molim ritual circumcisers. The hell? After the foreskin has already been cut and removed, in this step, the mohel uses their mouth to draw blood from the wound to cleanse it, which was historically seen as hygienic. So maybe that's what Misi's saying. In ancient times before modern medicine, this practice is not about biting or removing the foreskin. It's solely suction to extract blood from the already circumcised area. It's not universal in Judaism. Most Jewish communities, including Reform, Conservative, and many Orthodox, have abandoned it in favor for safer non-oral methods like using a sterile tube or gauze due to health risks like herpes transmission. Oh, okay. All right. I got the call, man. My handlers, they told me that people are leaving because of the conversation. I don't know if they left. If they left, let me see. Where are we at? Nobody really left. Did we lose people? I don't know. Nobody really left. I mean, we're just having adult conversation. I thought. I don't know. And, well, I want to make sure I correct it, too. The handlers called me. So they don't bite it, but back in traditional days, they would suck off the blood for hygienic measures. Okay. We are getting off topic, though, right? That was kind of weird. That's why I don't. It's just better not to read the chat. UAE warns. I'm kidding. UAE warns challenges ahead of amid historic moment in Middle East. Okay. Iranian state media claims dozens of students killed in strike on school attack. U.S.-Israel attack. I mean, the thing too. I mean, again, this is kind of going. I mean, I don't know if we really need to go into all this, but there was that whole conversation about proportionality and the October 7th attacks, and then now the amount of people that have been killed in Gaza and all this stuff. But it just goes so much further than that back. I don't know. I mean, how can you have a neighbor that hates you and wants to kill you? But I guess you could argue the same for the other side. Like, it's a lot of people have been killed, man. Civilians, kids. It's just horrible. Just innocent people. Some of them. I mean, these people voted was it Hamas in? But then there's like, I don't know. So anyway, Iranian state media is claiming that dozens of students were killed in a strike that hit a girls' school in southern Iran. What? They're saying at least 57 students were killed with dozens of others buried under the rubble? The Mer news outlet reported the county governor, Minab Hormazgan, where the purported strike took place, had said earlier that 24 students were killed. Now they're saying 57 students. CNN is unable to independently verify the reports and has reached out to the U.S. and Israeli militaries for comment. The Pentagon said it had nothing to share at this time. And not even deny it? Oh, man, I hope that's not true. When does it end? Oh, I forgot is this guy still in the air? Oh. Is he still in the air? Bashida. Yeah, he's still flying. They're flying in circles. Reportedly, the link that I was sent, supposedly Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has boarded Israel's Wing of Zion plane and exiting Israeli airspace, heading to a secure location. They said secure location, but it's just been flying in circles. I wonder how long that thing can fly. That plane is the primary transport for the Prime Minister, high-level delegations on international trips, It's equipped with secure long-range flights with VIP interiors, meeting room, bedroom, shower, situation room, command center, advanced defenses, Elbit systems, sea music, laser-based missile countermeasures for protection against heat-seeking threats, secure comms, cyber hardening. It was built in 2000, 25 plus years old, originally delivered to Qantas Australia as VHOGV. Then it changed to N376CM cargo config. Acquired by Israel around 2016, heavily modified by Israel Aerospace. The whole history of Israel and their tanks too was really interesting. I saw some type of video with their military tanks. Oh, it was I forgot who they got their tank. They made their own stuff, I thought, but then I don't know if they got it from the US or who. It's literally what made them like dominate. So the specs, it ranges up to 11,000 kilometers through modified VIP config, reduces passenger load for longer endurance. Two engines. It's a 2-engine plane. General Electric CF6. Oh, we're back. We're back. Hold on. I don't know, Spider. I wouldn't trust it. I feel like we'd have to confirm it. Oh, really? Bondage? Can you send me that? Where's that at? From Israel, our assessment growing that Kamani is dead. That's true, Malton. I'm not gonna deny that. That's true. Okay, they're looking in the sky. The main screen here, guys. Tel Aviv. I wonder if there's some other Tel Aviv cameras too. Oh. Nothing over there. Okay. Oh, there we go. There we go. You see it? Damn. This is live. This is live. Yes. Oh, I found another station, but I don't know if it's the same camera. I think it's the same camera, yeah. Mm-hmm. More missiles destroyed, I guess, by the dome. The iron, is they call it the Iron Dome? A futile attack, it seems. I heard you, Bondage. Can you send it to me? Aren't you on Discord? Can you DM me? I'll DM you. That should be. Let me see. There you go. Wow. There we go. A little action. The Netanyahu plane is still up in the sky circling. Let me see what else we got here. I gotta check for new updates. I don't know, because Mario posted an hour ago and said Kamani is alive. He's about to speak on television. Is that true? Because some people said he's dead. He said he survived. Let me take a look. Let me look at his recent posts. Witnesses are reportedly seeing smoke rising from U.S. airbase Al Dhafra in Abu Dhabi. They did say that, it says, in addition to the Iranian military's commander-in-chief, it was confirmed that strikes took out the Iranian defense minister Amir Nazirzadeh.
Are U.S. forces ready for swarm tactics by Iran? You can have the sea drones, the...
Oh, did it get off? Oh, it's still there. Still there. Let me refresh this.
Are U.S. forces ready for swarm tactics by Iran? You can have the sea drones, the air drones targeting the warships. If you have hundreds of these drones heading towards the Lincoln, for example, how are military capabilities, the American military capabilities against that? And also, if you look at the ballistic missiles targeting the warships, putting aside Israel and U.S. bases, is that a threat to the U.S.? Could we see a warship get hit and potentially, severely damaged?
Well, absolutely. But again, Mario, we started this fight. So the way we start this fight isn't to say we're going to give you every opportunity to launch a mass strike against our ships and put us in harm. We start this fight by saying you ain't going to launch anything. What do you think we're doing right now? We're blowing up all their launch facilities. We're seeking to suppress their ability to launch. We have aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln out there. You really think that we're going to give the Iranians the opportunity to fire missiles that are disruptive of launch and recover operations? No. We are blowing the crap out of everything. That's what we're doing. Now, the Iranians should be smart, which means hunker down.
Back again.
Let us expend the ammunition.
Back again, guys. Let me minimize this or take it off for now. Let's see what's going to happen. On the big screen again, Tel Aviv. Ooh. Ooh. Another one. Probably gonna be all day with these attacks. Bro, I feel like the way my body feels, I feel like it's like 3 or 4 in the afternoon. It's 29 a.m. over here. We've been up early. Okay, so we're monitoring that. Also, this plane circling for hours. Not maybe hours, but maybe an hour and a half or so. This is the military plane. They reported that Benjamin Netanyahu is there. This is his preferred plane in flight, or it could be some other VIP. And they've just been flying in circles. I wonder if I don't know, is it precautionary or just security intelligence conversations going on? Maybe he's tired, wants to take a nap, want to take a nap in peace in the air. Is there something else? Oh. The biggest hit that I've seen so far is the U.S. military base today. That 5th, I forgot what it was called. That was the biggest hit I've seen so far today. I'm surprised they even got that.
Because right now, Iran is on track to have an intercontinental missile by 2036, and we want to make sure that never ever happens. So I believe this is going to continue until basically.
So they said they were on track to have an intercontinental missile.
Have an internuclear capability. Basically, Iran loses all of their weaponry. We eliminate all of their nuclear programs and nuclear capabilities, because right now Iran is on track to have an intercontinental missile by 2036.
Only thing is Netanyahu, though, for a long time with Iran, you have these montage clips, and he's like, oh, we only have, I don't know, just paraphrasing, giving an example, we only have a 1 year before they have nuclear, we only have 2 years, they have 3 years, 4 years, and every time it just keeps like pushing, like changing the time, and you kind of wonder, you know, like what's going on there. But at the same time, would I trust these people with intercontinental missiles? Hell no. Hell nah, man. These people, you know, hell nah. They hate America. Death to America. They'd do anything to destroy us. I don't trust them with intercontinental missiles. Hell no. Okay, let me put the flight back up. Keep an eye on the flight. Why is Iran so attached to its nuclear program? Much of the U.S.-Iran disagreement centers on Iran's insistence on enriching uranium on its own soil. Uranium is a fuel used in nuclear power plants, but when enriched to very high levels, it can be used to make a nuclear weapon. Iran argues that it has the right to develop nuclear energy for peaceful purposes, including enrichment, and that it should not be singled out or denied the technology. What do you guys think about that? Do they have the right? If you're the U.S., do you let them, you know, it's their own country, whatever, do you let them? Or do you intervene because, I don't know, you know that there's just psychopaths and crazies in the world, you know, that are willing to do anything, even sacrifice and kill themselves to get to their means. What do you guys think? Are eggs expensive in America? No, they're actually pretty cheap now. The prices went down. I think the price for eggs have dropped. It was expensive for quite a while. Island Thrift says no. Kara says no. Lordy, no. No. A lot of people are saying no. They wouldn't let them. What about Rumble? What do you guys say? Bill Pads, SJ, Fearless, Kill, Illuminati. Because Israel has nukes. I mean, there's a lot of people that have nukes, like China and shit. I mean, all it takes is one. China, Russia. See the updates over here. Okay, Thomas Massey earlier. Republican opponent to Trump opposes U.S. strikes. We know that. Iranian foreign minister says Iran has had bitter experiences from talking to U.S. Saudi confirms Iran attacked Riyadh, foreign ministry says. Saudi Arabia confirmed that Iran attacked Riyadh in the eastern region, according to a statement by the foreign ministry. The ministry said the attacks in its territory were dealt with without providing further details. Saudi foreign ministry says attacks came despite Riyadh saying it won't allow airspace to be used against Iran. And they still struck their ass. You can't trust them. These people striking themselves, striking their own people. You can't trust them, motherfucker. Israeli operation in Iran at completely different scale to last war. I want to know about this too. Yeah, they said witnesses tell AFP that smoke rising from Abu Dhabi's Al Dhafra base. 2 witnesses told AFP that they saw smoke rising from Abu Dhabi's Al Dhafra base, which hosts U.S. troops, as Iran pressed on the Gulf strikes in retaliation. I want to know what happened at this base. Did we get hit again? Another base hit? Let me look it up. Let's check it out. Let's check it out now. What do you guys want? You want the plane on the full screen, or you want to put the plane full screen? You want the plane full screen and the skyline on the side, or the skyline full screen and the plane on the side? Unconfirmed footage is circulating that allegedly shows Israeli fighter jet downed. Oh. No verified cases in history. Iran claimed F-35 shoot downs in June 2025 war, but its own state media later admitted the reports were false. So no, it's not gonna happen. Let me see what you guys are saying in the chat. Y'all what? Plane on side. Plane on side, on side. Okay. Plane on side. All right, let's do that. Plane on the side then. We can do it on the side and I just zoom it in. Zoom it in, we can still just keep an eye on it. Okay. Can't believe we've been on 5 hours. It's nuts, dude. Let's see. Oh shit, I forgot about my mother. You seem, what is somebody said, you seem a reasonable guy. Why did you sell out to MAGA? Hold on, my mother's calling. My mother's taking a flight out. I'll answer when I get back. Cool. Okay. Okay, I want to make sure I talk to her before she gets on a flight. So yeah, the person said like, "What? I seem like a reasonable person," and blah blah. What I sell out or something. I mean, the whole thing in this country is supposed to be you can vote for who you want to vote for. You know, it shouldn't who you vote for shouldn't get you fired and like cause all this chaos. You couldn't even talk about it. I personally don't think it defines me as a person, but for some people it does. Like who you vote for. That's another thing that people obsess about. But I mean, I don't think I could date a full liberal though. I don't there's no way. I don't know how that would even work out. Oh, is that some system? But I mean, I get along with all kinds of people from all different political beliefs. It doesn't matter. We can sit down, have a beer, have a great conversation. It's like that's not the only thing in life to me. I mean, I've gotten into some. I think back in 2016, it was like really intense, and I used to get into all these arguments with people and stuff. You know, like all these arguments. I'm not into like that anymore. Like arguing and like you know, like over politics and stuff. And I feel like I was more hardcore back then. I feel like I've loosened up over time. Well, yeah, no, I've lost so many subscribers over that. I mean, it's not something I talk about and announce, but it's just one of those things, you know, too. My sarcasm and all that stuff, you know, people know, whatever. How could you, Mel? No. That's what you guys are saying. Bro, I feel like if you voted for Trump, you're hiding like you're the Jews from the Nazis. Like these people were literally coming after you to hang you. I mean, for me, it's just, I don't know. It's not everything, though. I have friends, but most of my family is like Democrat, even though it's kind of ironic that a lot of like Latino, they have like conservative values or whatever, you know? But, I don't know. Like I said, at the end of the day, the biggest thing in your life is going to be what you do to improve yourself and the people around you. And I feel like there's a lot of fear mongering too, so that's why people get really crazy and they go out and kill and stuff. There's a lot of fear mongering, the end of the world, I'm losing my rights. We're in the best place ever in the world to live. Best place. Saudi Arabia's foreign ministry, hey, I see you. I think I see you. Saudi Arabia's foreign ministry said that there had been blatant and cowardly Iranian attacks. Saudi Arabia is pissed. On its capital, somebody told me how to pronounce it. I forgot how to pronounce it. Nobu hair spectrum something rings. Somebody told me how to pronounce it. Rida. You have no excuse to be ignorant to Israeli crimes. Which ones are you talking about? Like the against Gaza or something? Or in the country's oil-rich eastern province, the statement said the attacks came even after Saudi Arabia said it would not allow its airspace or territory to be used. So Iran attacked these people. Saudi Arabia's pissed. Riyadh. Oh, wait. Riyadh. Oh, Riyadh. Okay, thank you. Riyadh. Riyadh, man. Bomber us.
Good morning, Mal. Did you sleep?
That's a good question. I don't have my Oura ring today, but I think I slept like, I don't know, 4 hours, maybe 3-4 hours. Like a rough guess. I was in a really deep sleep until I heard about this. And like I had struggled to even get up and come down here. Yeah, I don't really like that stuff to me, man. We can hang out, we can do whatever. I can help you out, you help me out. I don't like that stuff. Doesn't, it's like whatever to me. We don't have to talk politics. There's so many other things we could talk about if that's a problem. But everything is politics because I you know, it's like, I mean, you could just turn off the TV, but I remember, and I mentioned this a long time ago. I had just mentioned like Trump, like an update, like, oh, this lawsuit thing in passing, because a lot of the times I say things in passing And people thinks it's crazy. Like, oh, you can't say that. I'm just like having conversations with people. You can't say that. You're streaming. But I remember some lady, she emailed me and said that, like, I can't anymore with Trump. Like, I can't. You mentioned him. It was just like a mention of an update to something. I wasn't pushing anything. I wasn't saying. And she's like, I've been taking medication. She says she has PTSD, CT PTSD, and anxiety, trauma, like all this stuff, and on a bunch of medications. And she said because of Trump. And so I told her, I said, yo, I understand, but if you're having to do all that stuff, turn off the TV then. You might, if it's affecting you that bad, turn off the TV. I wouldn't watch the news. Find something else to ingrain yourself in if it's really having that kind of mental effect on you. Then that is the paranormal show. Well, the only thing with the paranormal show on is who's streaming it? JLR. It's at 10 p.m. Mountain, which is 12 a.m. our time. Like, holy crap, that's late. Nice guys finished last. Yeah, V. Oakley. I mean, back in the day, it was crazy. You couldn't even talk about it. Now it's a little bit more, somewhat acceptable. Tosi back? I don't know. Let me take a look. Tosi. Ooh. Again, we got alarms again. I'll check for Tosi. He's not back yet. I feel like Fox has I think they're looking in the same area, but they have like a wider view. Oh, they stopped showing it. Like they have a wider view. Plane is still circling.
Confronting Revolutionary Guards. The prospect for change in Iran has never been so great. The people of Iran have never been so hopeful, despite all those efforts they have done over decades. Now is the time for that change. And if I were in the shoes of any of those countries, I would at least try to stay away entirely, not supporting the regime anyway.
By the way, there's nobody that would do this anyway. The stuff that Trump's doing, there's nobody. I don't think any president would go to the levels of like Venezuela and putting pressure on Mexico with the cartels and Iran. And there's people out there that are loving it. Some people hate it, but there's people out there that are loving it, cheering it on. Thank you. There's nobody else. There's nobody else. Because all these people do, most of these people, all they do is talk. There's no action with the politicians. It's all talk. That's all it is. And people accept the talk and no action for decades. So this is some crazy times we're in. Let me see if Tucker Carlson has posted about this. I thought Tucker Carlson. You guys like Tucker? I used to like him a lot. I'm just kind of like, I don't know now. I feel like I'm indifferent a little bit, but he is critical of Israel. Nothing wrong with that. And he said everybody knows the only reason we're having this war is because Israel wants it. Ooh.
Everybody knows the only reason we're having this war is because Israel wants it. This is their last chance, they believe.
And I don't think Israel should do. Let me see. Lobbying. But I feel like that's foreign interest. I don't think they should do that. I think that. Oh, let me finish this clip that we're playing. Tucker. Let's see what Tucker had to say. Tucker.
Leave. This presidency is the last presidency where they're going to have unequivocal bipartisan support. Period. You can't primary every Thomas Massey, and there's a whole army of them coming at some point because everyone can see what's going on. And you can shut down X, and you can just shut down the internet. You can be like Great Britain and arrest people who protest Israel, but attitudes are not going to revert to what they were 5 years ago. Sorry. And they know this. So this is their last chance. What's so amazing is that Israel, which at least is acting in what it perceives to be its own national interest, is joined by its shills in the United States, of course. But really, its only other ally in this is the American news media, whose job it is to tell you the truth and inform you as to what's happening, to tell you, hey, wake up. The world could be changing, and it's going to affect you and your family. That's their job. And instead, they've been lulling you to sleep with the same variety.
I thought I was going to say Nancy Guthrie. They've been lulling you to sleep with Nancy Guthrie.
Of transparent lies and propaganda.
Tucker, man. I mean, what do you guys think about Tucker? Let me see what you guys are saying. To me, Tucker, the thing with him is like, ever since I saw like those text messages that came out, and he was like, he hates Trump, right? And that's fine if you hate him, but you were pretending to be this guy's friend and all up on him. I think you're fake as fuck. Those texts leaked out and stuff. I would never associate with that guy again, even though it seems like they're friends and I think Trump's welcomed him to the White House and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't think I'd want to associate with somebody like that. They call him Carlson. I can't even say it. Iranian minister says we may have lost a few commanders, but that's not a big problem. Oh, they said they're dispensable. It's nothing. Yeah, we lost some commanders, and what? There was several explosions heard in southern Iran's Shiraz. Make sure we have the audio for this. Okay. Tucker. But he's an OG in the news game. He is. I feel like he's the one that interviewed Putin, right? I thought it was like a really weird interview with Vladimir Putin. Israel releases video of airstrikes in Iran. Okay, can we see that? Let's see. Israel. Where's the Israel page? Milo said he took a bullet for you so you could take a bullet for Israel. Damn. Maybe there's breakfast there. All right. Okay, let me just play the Fox article because I can't find the video itself. Let's see. Okay, let's see. So this is airstrikes on Iran that they released, I guess. Let's see. Ah. I don't like Candace either anymore. I used to like her. I don't like her anymore. Okay, let me see. What else we got going on? We'll check some of the live updates. That plane is still circling. Let me put it back on the right screen. Still circling. Oh, yeah. Tucker's bought off by China like an Olympic skier. I thought like Qatar bought his ass off. Feels like he's a mouthpiece for them. So it says here that Iran is willing to de-escalate and is only attacking American military bases, Foreign Minister tells NBC. He added that Tehran was interested in de-escalation and ready to talk once the joint U.S.-Israeli strikes. And so maybe that's coming. There's no communication right now, but if Americans want to talk to us, they know how they can contact me. We're certainly interested in de-escalation. So the message that's coming out from some of those people over there is, we're not giving up. You're going to pay the price. We're going to retaliate. But according to this guy, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Arghchi. Is this from this today? Let's see if I can play this.
The president of the United States talk about regime change in Iran this morning in his recorded statements. What is your message to the president?
Well, I think this is mission impossible. You know, for regime change, you cannot do regime change while millions of people are supporting these so-called regime. You just look at what happened in the 47th anniversary of the Islamic Revolution. We had altogether about 30 million people in the streets in all cities of Iran in support of the Islamic Republic and in support of the whole system. So you cannot, you know, change this regime because it's supported by the people. Yes, there are also people who are complaining, but they are strong supporters of the regime, of the system at the same time. And then we have a very well established political structure, and they have tried regime change. This is not the first time that they want to do regime change. They have tried it in the past. Look, in the past 47 years, the United States has tried everything, from coup, from sanctions, 8 years of war by Saddam Hussein, supported by the United States and many others, and then 12-day war, snapback, you know.
So let me see. Opposition to the Islamic Republic, around 70 to 80% of Iranians oppose the continuation. He said that there's a huge portion that still want them. In Gammond's June 2024 survey, 77,000 respondents, 70% opposed, while 20% supporting it. Core support for principles of the 1979 revolution, Supreme Leader, has declined to 11% in 2024-2025 surveys, down 18%. Overwhelming majority support a democratic political system. It's really interesting, like humans and people that they prefer. There's still a portion of these people that prefer just, you know, let's be with the regime. Maybe those few of them are the only ones benefiting out of it. That people will literally choose their own demise. It's crazy. And then this guy's here saying, well, we can't do nothing about it, so let's just stay with it, kind of shit.
You know, in the Security Council and terrorist operations, they have tried everything, and all of them failed. And I don't know why they don't, understand their failures. So if they want to repeat a failed experience, they won't get any better result.
Then, sir, what is your message to the Iranian people? We understand that you describe the president's call for regime change as mission impossible. What is your message to the people of Iran right now? In your words, everything is under control, but based on what the world is seeing, there appears to be smoke coming up from a variety of different sites throughout.
Everything is fine. It's good. What happened?
Tehran, there appears to be some panic and real concern there. What do you tell the people of that country about the state of its government and the state of Iran broadly?
Well, I said everything is under control. I didn't say that there is no war. Of course there is war. Of course there is panic. Of course there are attacks to different buildings. Of course, about 60 students, girl students, have been killed in one school. Of course.
They're still talking about that school. I want to try to confirm that or get more information.
Of course there are those things. But my message to my own people is that we are a great nation with a great civilization. We have lasted for thousands of years, and we know how to defend ourselves. We know how to deal with our enemies, and we will survive.
He is the regime, so he's supposed to say that. It seems like yeah.
when we become more stronger out of this.
So when you hear the president say to the people of Iran, your freedom is your own, rise up, the United States will be with you, you say to them that's a hollow gesture?
Isn't that the intervention in the, internal affairs of another country? If we had...
I don't know why it's pausing like that, but...
So what have you said? So the president of another country, no matter how powerful, has no right to decide for the people of another country, to order the people of another country what to do and what not to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Some people, I don't know, I think they call them isolationists. I don't know. Some people say, let's just focus. And I felt like that too, but then you start seeing this stuff around the world. I don't know. Like, do we have a responsibility around the entire world? Some people just say, well, just the U.S. Just focus on the U.S. That's it. Forget about everybody else. But it's a little more complicated than that. But at the same time, he's like, well, this is my country. We can do whatever the hell we want. Who are you to come tell me what the hell we can do? But then you see, like, all these people oppressed, and in dire situations. What do you do? I mean, I don't know. Okay, well, good luck. We're just worrying about us. I don't know, right?
And this is what he did, by the way, in those terrorist operations. He was the one who set fires in the governmental buildings. Do this, do that, and now he's asking people to rise against their government. Has he any right to do that? I don't think so.
Sir, are there any back channel?
George Washington, often called the founder of American isolationism, in his famous farewell address in 1796, he warned against permanent alliances with foreign nations and entangling alliances, advising the young U.S. to focus on neutrality, trade, and avoiding European wars. Oof.
Talks, any communications that are taking place right now, or are those done? And separately, can this be de-escalated, and how?
Well, there is no communication right now. But if Americans want to talk to us, they know how they can contact me.
That's the thing that's like wrong with these people too. I think it's like, I guess they're being boastful, and it's like their ego, and so like they're talking all this shit, even though they could easily be destroyed. And but then it's like, oh, if you want to call us and talk to us, we can. So some people only learn the hard way. Like some people just have to. You gotta fall. Some people just gotta learn the hard way. It's the only way you're gonna learn. Let's see what they're saying. Let's get some live updates here. Interesting conversation with this guy, though. Plane's still circling. Israeli TV. Khamenei might have been killed in the strike. Israel assesses Khamenei was likely killed today. Channel 12 reports. There are growing indications, but no official confirmation. Imagine if he's killed. I mean, to the one guy's point, though, it's like, kind of like with Venezuela. It's like you kill one person, they just have 100 other people to replace them. Or like the cartel. You kill one person or take one person in, they got 100 other people or 100 other cartels to take over. They got the yogurt man, the frog man, and the gardener. I can't believe that those cartel members' names looking to take over. A video allegedly out of Tehran via Starlink came out. Sharati Street, normally one of the busiest cities, nearly empty. People stocking up, security presence.
وای وای به تو زدن وای به زدن
She's celebrating, cheering. Iran has responded to U.S. attacks by launching multiple retaliatory strikes on U.S. facilities. U.S. military intercepted one missile targeting U.S. facilities in Iraq. Iran hit the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet. No reported casualties. Okay. 40 missiles have landed in Israel. Got 48. I wonder out of how many. Okay, let's see what else they got for us. I am going to pull you guys in the chat up in a second here. I'm just checking what else. Holy shit, that's crazy, dude. You guys remember, sidestep, remember that Cuba released footage of the arsenal from Florida speedboat that fired on the Coast Guard? There was supposedly a boat stolen from Florida, and they were in Cuba waters. Cuba shot and killed, but they said they were shot at first. Well, they released the video, apparently. Look at all this crap. They showed all, like, guns. They had that all on the boat. Shotgun, 12 gauge. Uh-oh, we got more. Let's see, we got more. Incoming. Palm Beach, Florida. They're just putting up any camera now. Job for 9. Thank you for the 5. Iraq did the same big talk to their country. And the world, we didn't. And then to the world, we didn't do nothing. We want peace. It's gotta be like nerve-wracking, I guess, if you live out there. But some people, it seems like they're so used to it, though, because I've seen some live people out from Israel, and they're like, some of them are just like used to the shit. They're just chilling, laughing, chilling. Some of them. I guess it depends where it's coming, because some people too, like, they run to the bunker.
Of my eyes.
There it is. Ooh, did it shoot one out? Or where's it going?
Terry needs to be.
Okay. Another mini launch of attacks. Oh, did something hit? Something land? I wonder too with the Iron Dome, like, have these people thought of ways to like bypass it, counteract it? Because it seems like multiple wave of ballistic missiles and drones throughout the day, starting with the initial first wave, followed by additional salvos targeting Israel and U.S. bases. Many appear limited in effect, intercepted by defense, causing debris or minor damage rather than destruction. The small wave approach is not accidental, it's deliberate, part of Iran's military doctrine and strategic calculus in asymmetric warfare. Yeah, that's when I was at, like, why do they do this shit like all day long, these small little attacks? And do they try to come up with some technology to counteract it? It says preservation of arsenal. Avoid all or nothing. Iran knows a single massive barrage risks rapid depletion of its finite stockpile, estimated about 3,000 ballistic missiles per strikes. 3,000 plus ballistic missiles per strikes. Or pre-strikes, sorry, pre-strikes. 3,000 ballistic missiles pre-strikes, but many launchers production sites hit today, spreading launches over hours and days. They also use it to test Israel, US, and Gulf defenses in real time, probe for gaps, preserve missiles for follow-up waves and future deterrence, reduce risk of losing everything in one if countered aggressively. Psychological and political impact over kinetic destruction. Even if intercepts are high, Israel's multi-layered defenses like Arrow, David's Sling, Iron Dome are very effective. I've never even heard of these other ones. Arrow and David's Sling, what the heck? The waves create sustained fear. Sirens, sheltering, flight cancellations, economic disruption, forces Israel, US to stay on high alert. Avoids looking weak after absorbing decapitating strikes on leadership. Collaborated escalation. Raise costs without full war. Iran signals we can hit back without crossing red lines that trigger overwhelming US and Israeli response. No major civilian casualties in Israel yet. No direct hits on critical infrastructure. Waves allow for incremental pressure. Each salvo tests reaction. Room for de-escalation. Proxy involvement. It's weird. Seems like they don't really have like a real strategy or success to overcome this. They're just wasting missiles, all just, you know, shooting missiles, ballistics, and never. I mean, they've had hits, but it's just like, it seems like such a huge waste. They can't come up with some other technology or another, you know? Maybe they just don't have the technology. Arrow defense system. Oh, okay. It's the Arrowheads is a family of anti-ballistic missiles designed to fulfill an Israeli requirement for a missile defense system. Okay, looks cool. Looks dope. And then David's Sling. I want to see that. Is that actual sling? David's Sling. It's biblical, I guess. David's Sling. Designed to intercept enemy planes, drones, tactical ballistic missiles, medium to long range rockets, and cruise missiles. David's Sling. Let me show you a picture. David's Sling. So this channel is going to go live. Anti-Iran protesters rally in UK's Downing Street. Anti-Iran. That look like a protest. Maybe it's early, I guess. White does. Is JLR live? Anything interesting today at all or nothing? Wait, JLR's not live? He didn't go live today? Or he's starting later? Or is it too early? It's 10 o'clock now. When does he go live? 10 o'clock. Oh, it's 8 o'clock over there. Maybe it's just too early. Let's see. All right, let me put you guys up on the screen so I can see what's going on with the chat. Been here 6 hours. That's crazy. B2s have been launched. He didn't flee Israel. He's just doing circles right outside of Israel. The person that reported that, like, he was going to a secure location, but he's just been circling for hours. Nope. Oh, they're gonna go to the mountain? Oh. Okay. Which mountain? What's the name of the mountain? Is that the lemon thing, or what do they call it? Lemon? Oh, okay. Oh, that should be interesting. Okay. All right, bye. Lemon. He said he may be going live 4-minute video out. Oh, okay. He posted a video. Yeah, I was told he's gonna go to the mountains. Could be interesting. I wonder if he'll have signal. Or did he get a Starlink?
Investigate. The entire block is empty.
Damn.
Block.
Everybody
Property
left. Not even
for
media?
weeks.
Not even media? Yo, they left. Nancy's? Oh, snap. They left. Wow. Okay. The U.S. Navy drone in Saudi Arabia is strange too. Is there another one? Let's take a look. Hold on. We got the Prime Minister possibly circling around. Abu Dhabi. Oh, that's wrong. We got this drone thing that's been going for a while too. This unmanned plane surveillance from the U.S. Navy. Look at the distance. Where's it going? Still going. Wow. And then, what's this? Qatar. 25 years of excellence. Nobody even really cares about this guy circling around this. Well, he's in 4th place. I wonder, is there a significance with this Qatar plane? Why is everybody staring at this? Oh, it's about to take off? Or is it going in circles over there? No, it's on the ground. Let me look into that. Is there a reason everybody's looking at this Qatar plane? Might need to eat something. I know, Rodriguez. I know. I think in a little bit I'm gonna eat something, but I have a feeling. I think tonight's probably gonna be crazy. I think they're gonna escalate if they don't come to terms. Plane's going. Qatar Airways has suspended flights, 2 from Doha, due to Qatari airspace closure amid conflict. Many incoming flights have been diverted. A7BCZ appears to be one such flight, likely inbound or recently diverted, showing the low altitude. I think it just took off. Did it? They said there's not really anything in particular about it, I guess. 150 feet. Fox said this is no short thing. Yeah, they were talking about days. Days. Breaking: Iran Supreme Leader Ayatollah has been reportedly killed. That's what they're claiming.
Israel Channel 12, who are now reporting that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead.
Oh, wow.
That the Iranian Supreme Leader has been killed in the airstrikes launched by the United States and Israel today. A determined effort by President Donald Trump to topple the Iranian regime. And if true, the reports coming to us now from Israeli Channel 12 that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead, then they have indeed toppled the very head of that regime. And the...
What happened to that plane? Imagine it crashed or something? The plane just disappeared. Where'd it go?
Consequences and ramifications of that can only be guessed at, because we have also been reporting just in the last few minutes that the Iranian Defense Minister Amir Nasirazdeh and also the Iranian, I should say, commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Commander Mohammed Pakpour, is also dead. These two top officials, one a military official, the other a civilian official in charge, of course, of the military, the Iranian Defense Minister, and the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, according to Reuters, quoting 3 Iranian sources, have been killed.
Thank you, Artfully. Yeah, I wouldn't assume that he's deceased yet. They keep saying that. It's still not confirmed. People are speculating, I guess because of the silence, because of the structure that was struck, one of his compounds, I guess. This is Dubai, allegedly, literally right now. There's smoke over there. Let me show you guys this. Should we look into Dubai? You don't want to mess with that money, man. You sure you want to strike Dubai? You're not gonna be happy about that. Somebody's hand's gonna get cut off. Dubai. Listen to what Mario's saying for a few minutes.
It came from Iran, excuse me, or Iraq. To be honest, I wouldn't assume Iran automatically, knowing the presence of Iraqi Shia militia groups there. So that's the kind of the situation that we're at. Ubay, you haven't had a chance to speak, so I'll give you an opportunity to kind of say your initial points. Go ahead, Ubay.
Yeah, we're seeing some preliminary reaction from American political officials. Speaker Mike Johnson just posted this on X, saying that today Iran is facing the severe consequences of its evil actions.
Yeah, I mean, we heard all that already. You said Dubai. What is confirmed is Fairmount Palm Hotel in Dubai has been hit and on fire. I'm going to try to look up some feed out there. Dubai feed, live feed. I'm going to look up that hotel on X too, see if anybody's like taking pictures or video. Somebody posted here. The fire seems to be in an outside patio adjacent to the main lobby. This person posted some pictures here. Okay. Well, the sun has... Okay, Doha skyline. It's beautiful out there, I guess, kind of. View of Doha skyline after Qatar's defense ministry says it downed all missiles targeting the country. Damn. Yeah, let me fix this cam up. Maybe we'll set this up. So guitar, yeah, we can get a little guitar cam. Let's do this one. The thing is, oh yeah, let's see, this is the same thing, but straighten this out.
You avoided it for years. The drill, the needles, the anxiety.
Uh-oh. Oh boy. Here we go again.
None of them have said that.
Last days. Israel strike the last days. That's what it all seems like to me. They're just launching a couple little missiles. And see, we responded. Be careful, be afraid. We responded. Not really a response. I mean, they did get some hits today, though, but maybe they're afraid, too. Like, if they really do some damage, there's going to be more real hell to pay. Bigger strikes. Let me check some of these websites. What updates do we have now? Supposed to be some guy coming to look out the electric today. We said 10. Let's see. Prophecy has been fulfilled. Long lines of car have been stuck in traffic trying to leave Tehran. Dang, bro. Give me a second. Let me get you this picture. Everybody's trying to get out. They know the attacks are coming. Trump warned them. He did warn them. Another fruitless attack. I think tonight, if there's no negotiations, which I don't know, this guy said they're kind of open to it, but there's going to be hell to pay. And I guess if Khamenei's really dead, too, that's what I'm wondering. Is he really dead? Did they get him or not? I'm glad I'm living in Ireland. mass exodus. So the picture, here it is. Traffic. A lot of traffic. People trying to get out of Iran. Trying to get the hell out of Dodge before what was warned is coming. Okay, be right back.
When curiosity strikes about the everyday lives of your family, we're here with answers only your ancestors can provide. See their stories at Ancestry.
All right, guys. What's going on? Oh, damn, Stooge. Whoa. Why isn't the super chest popping up on the screen? Yep. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. What's wrong with this? Oh, maybe it popped up on the screen already? Gotta fix that. Thank you so much, man. Very kind to you. Thank you for your kindness, your continued support. That thing just disappeared. Where'd it go? Boom, boom, boom. Here it is. Super chats. Super chats. Another one bites the dust. Proud to be American. USA, USA, USA. Thank you. Another one. No. Got cast member chats. Oh, subscribers. That's why it got overtaken. Well, there's somebody coming over right now on their way to look at the outlet on the outside and the inside. I don't know if he's gonna have to cut power from the whole place or not. I'll keep you guys posted. Or if it's just he's working on that area, I don't know. Or just looking. But I'll let you know. What's going on over there? Is that going? Double. That's where it's coming from. Brown Eyed Girl, thank you so much. Thanks for always taking the time to share all the info. Even at 4 a.m. Thank you. Yeah, it's been crazy, man. I can't keep up anymore. I wanted to watch this lady. The fuck is that? Don't do that. Let me mute this. This is like copyright. I don't know what that is. Oh, that's okay. The hell is that? Oh, an ad? I've never seen that before. Is that new? An ad pop up on the side of a video? What? What's that? A plane? Plane up in the air? A plane. Yeah. MJM, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Uh-oh. I'm gonna give you a recap. Hold on. Oh, plane. Oh shit, he's here.
Someone's at the front door doorbell. Front door open.
Y afuera. No sé si tenía too much tanto cosa ahí, porque entonces yo saqué la cosa de afuera, lo entré aquí y después todo está conectado ahí. No sé si eso. A lo mejor yo quiero también, ya. Voy a mirar. Okay. Tienes que contar la cosa. Okay. Sí. Okay. So, tienes que hacer, me dejas saber. Gracias. X is down. Okay. So for those wanting a recap, those that just came in, so Iran was attacked by U.S. and Israel, and early morning hours, like Eastern time, between 1 and 3 a.m. I was sleeping. I woke up like an hour later. We've been here for hours, and it would have been supposedly in Iran like 9, 10 a.m. local, I guess. And so Israel announced that it did preemptive strikes on Iran, followed by the U.S. confirmation of joint participation. Explosions rocked in Tehran and other cities. Trump did an 8-minute video he posted on Truth Social where he said there's major combat operations, vowing to destroy Iran's missile and navy and missile navies and eliminate nuclear threats. He had basically like given them a warning, like, well, we like you have like till tonight kind of thing. Like they're gonna do another big strike. This could last days. But he said that like the guard out there that they should give up. You know, things are about to get worse. And for the citizens to like shelter in place, and once they eliminate these people, take our country back. So Iran had retaliation this morning, waves throughout the day. And Israel was one of the targets. The sirens and explosions in Tel Aviv, Haifa, northern areas, Iron Dome, Arrow, intercepted most. Most of the stuff hasn't been intercepted, but there was a U.S. base in the Gulf, and Bahrain, U.S. Navy 5th Fleet headquarters missile attack confirms smoke plumes. That one we saw on video. That was pretty intense, that one. Then there was Qatar, missiles down, explosions heard in Doha. Reportedly, Doha had like a hotel that was hit. But then there was another report that it was like across from it, so I'm not exactly sure. Across from the lobby. UAE, Al Dhafra, Dubai area, interceptions. One civilian was killed by debris in a residential zone. Kuwait was attacked, and they're pissed off because they were like we said that we weren't going to help the U.S., like lend them our bases or anything. You're still attacked us. Like, what the fuck? Like, some of them are like really pissed off. And it seemed like Iran is just like striking whoever. Now, there was this thing that happened today. Supposedly, we're still trying to wait if it's confirmed or what. A Minab school attack in the Hormozgan province near Strait or Hormuz. U.S./Israel strike hits a girls' elementary school. Iranian state media claims 51 to 57 students killed, mostly girls, 60 plus injured. So we're trying to wait for confirmation. I don't know if that's true. It's from their media. I've been checking other medias. Nobody's been able to confirm it. Even CNN was trying to confirm it. So far, still no confirmation. I haven't seen pictures. I haven't seen videos. Netanyahu was and is, I think they said he took this Boeing 767 VIP plane, took off from Nevatim or nearby, orbiting and holding off the Gaza coast. So like initially they said, so the plane's still there now. Let me show you real quick. The plane is still there circling. This is a VIP plane, presidential plane, either for the president or VIP. Oh, here we go again. Oh, I have a strike coming in. So he's been circling for hours. Initially, they said he was going to a secure location, but he's just been circling for hours out off the coast of Gaza. And it's called Wing of Zion. So, and then also airspace chaos, Qatar, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan, Israel, partially temporarily closed. That's kind of the gist. I can't sign into my account on the browser. Was that a plane? Okay. Apparently this guy snapped. Tusi? Thank you, Ellen, for tagging me. Let me play for them. Tusi snapped. Let me show you guys too. Share the screen. I forgot it's muted. Oh my god. The desktop audio, sorry.
For the past few public, just need to quickly say, for the past few weeks, I've been telling people to stay calm, be patient, help is on the way. And there have been a number of people, some with bigger platforms on social media, who kept going around saying Tusi is lying, President Trump is a coward, help is not coming, Trump has betrayed the Iranian people. That resulted in people in Iran getting depressed, getting disillusioned, becoming scared, getting paranoid. Every single one of those people who for the past few weeks were going around on social media and on this channel, on the live chat, saying that, F you, F every single one of you. I told you to ignore these people. People in Iran started getting all these stupid statements on social media, and they started to believe that President Trump has betrayed the Iranian people. F every single one of you. I don't need your apologies. I don't need you to say, oh, I'm glad I've been proven wrong that President Trump actually went and attacked the Islamic Republic. No, shut the F up. From now on, sit down and watch 2C TV. Now,
watch 2C TV. Okay. Because at 1.4 million subs. I saw another interesting video about this. I think it was like this Dubai attack. Let me show you guys. Now we're getting a little more.
Public, just need to quick.
A little more pictures and video. Okay, they're saying here, Mario's reporting, breaking exclusive video and photos provided by a trusted contact capture scenes following the strikes in Dubai. That's crazy.
There's a fire. Kareem, we need to go. There's a fire. Kareem, we need to go.
That does look like it was they hit the hotel, the front of the hotel. Damn. Wow. Iran's just shooting anywhere. Anybody can get it. Damn. Here's a close up of it too. I'm gonna put this away for a little bit.
Quickly. Let's move quickly. Oh my god. Okay, I hope no people there.
Yeah, it looks like maybe like on the outside front of the hotel. Wow. Operation Epic Fury. Why's Karen Reed still trending? They're still talking about this lady? Let me check the articles now too. Thank you for the tag, Natalie. Kuwait International Airport has been hit. This was Tusi posted this 26 minutes ago. Let me show you this. Wow. Dang. We need to keep an eye, not keep an eye, but follow this guy too. See. Islamic Republic has closed. Oh, we got another warning here. Close the Strait of Hormuz. Expect Persian Gulf Arab countries to retaliate and condemn. Oh, I can hear him flying around. AZ Intel says that the UN Security Council will be holding an emergency meeting on the situation in the Middle East following the US and Israeli strikes on Iran. UN. Uh-oh. What's that? What they gonna do? What they gonna say? They're just gonna condemn it? We condemn this, and this is inappropriate. Thank you for the meeting. Oh, they're gonna threaten? It's chaos.
Front door open.
Shoot, they found the people from yesterday. Oh. They don't hold much power. Unverified footage of an Iranian missiles impacting Dubai. U.S. military deployed new technologies for these strikes against Iran, including using one-way attack drones for the first time.
First to report that, but there were hundreds of targets in what is being described to me as a multi-day operation. The Iranian response has been ineffective, I'm told, but then I'm also getting reports that a large number, possibly 135 Shahid drones, those are Iranian drones, may have targeted the U.S. Navy base, the head of Fifth Fleet in Bahrain, and may have struck targets there. But again, we don't have the battle damage assessment yet. We're waiting for CENTCOM to see what has been struck, and we expect to get a briefing later today. The U.S. military used some new capabilities in these strikes. For the first time ever, the U.S. military used one-way attack drones in combat. I think we're the first to report that, but there were hundreds of targets in what is being described to me as a multi-day operation. The Iranian response has been ineffective, I'm told, but then I'm also getting reports that a large number, possibly 135 Shahid drones, those are Iranian drones, may have targeted the U.S. Navy base, the head of Fifth Fleet in Bahrain, and may have struck targets there. But again, we don't have the battle damage assessment.
Okay. Let me close out all these windows because I have so many. Clean up a little bit, get organized. Still circling. Okay. The tripping. Where's this shit at? Oh, jeez. Okay, there we go. There she blows. So the meeting with the UN, and I'm going to show you some of the cool videos. This is a standard diplomatic response to major international crises. But in the context of today, major combat operations versus Iran, symbolic condemnation, or calls for restraint, pressure for diplomacy, highlighting global, all the bullshit that they've done for decades. These people don't ever get anything done because they just talk. It's all performative and political. Then we're going to get together and talk, and I don't know, maybe they'll condemn it or something. And Okay. Now the videos that I wanted to show. Oh, I forgot about this guy too. The videos. This is insane footage from the moment Iran hit the Palm Hotel Resort in Dubai. Ah. Wow. That is crazy. The hotel in Dubai. Damn. Ooh, is that true? Uh-oh. Because Saudi Arabia, I think they got struck by Trump and they didn't want to be involved, but Saudi Arabia says it is now granting full airspace access, equipment, and intelligence support, warning that if it is attacked, its airspace will be open, adding that retaliation would only come only if necessary. Also allowing flights and whole mobilization. Enough of these bastards. Time to get rid of them. So back to the whole school girls, supposedly the 50 or 60 that were allegedly killed. This is reportedly videos of them searching for bodies. I don't know if it's true. There's nothing graphic, but you just see them like searching. So reportedly, well, I'll definitely update that when I can, when we find out for sure. Ooh, somebody claims and said a failed missile launch in Iran caused the projectile to fall on a school. I feel like something like that happened previously during one of the attacks. That they said that Israel attacked citizens or something, which they have on other stuff. But one particular situation, it was actually Iran's like bunked missile that hit or whatever. They try to blame each other or whatever. There's another video of the hotel in Dubai. Boom. Jeez. Wow. No, 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 no. Let's see. Let's see. Anything else? What else we can do? Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Okay, Iranian government says a strike on girls in southern Iran has left 63 students dead. Let's take a look at this. There's some more video. Let me look at this. Hold on, I'll show you guys in a second. This is one of the things that seems to be popping up in kind of a big conversation, whether the school was struck or not, or what happened, how many people. Let's see if CNN updated that. Yeah, let me see here. Okay. Okay, let's do this. My gosh. Let me just make sure there's no bodies. I didn't scan it. Let me be careful real quick. Hold on. No. Okay. All girls school in southern Iran on Saturday. Mohammed Radmer, the governor in Minab County, where the purported strike took place, said the toll had risen to at least 63 students, with a further 92 injured. Others were still trapped under the rubble. The destroyed building is a primary school for girls in the south of Iran. It was bombed in broad daylight when packed with young pupils, said the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas. CNN has geolocated video from the scene to Shah Jabba Tayyaba School in southern Minab. It sits about 200 feet from the Iranian military base. Oh, and previously appears to have been part of the base. Oh, wow. What? But satellite imagery shows that it has been separated from the base since 2016. So these people had it as part of a base, and they separated and said, you know what, let's make it a school. When asked about the strike, CENTCOM spokesperson Tim Hawkins said, we are aware of reports concerning civilian harm resulting from ongoing military operations. We take these reports seriously and are looking into them. So that's a really, really horrible situation. Horrible, horrible. Who's at fault? I don't know. You know, they're saying that I think they were trying to say it was the either US or Israel, but I saw somebody trying to push back and said it was Iran's bunk missile. I don't know. But it is interesting context that this place was part of a military base and then they had separated it and made it into a school. Wow. Could be propaganda. I don't know. Something did happen. You can see for sure happened, but who's at fault and how many are dead and trapped and wow. Bahrain activating alarm sirens again. Do any cams for Bahrain? That's where the base was attacked, the US base. Let me see. What? Hmm. I feel like this account is not showing real camera. Oh, that looks interesting. Can't trust a lot of these channels. They're just showing old clips. Explosions rock Bahrain. Let's take a look at this. No, it's like the same crap. Nighttime falls. That's the Doha skyline. Oh. Hmm. It's dark out there now in Tel Aviv. I wonder if Trump meant. I wonder if Trump meant their nighttime. I'm assuming maybe he meant their night. They have till tonight. Their nighttime or our nighttime? I think he maybe meant their nighttime. Earth TV. Mamas. Love Lives. Got there. Mm-hmm. We got some cams over here. Let's see. $34 cams a building. Hmm. Listo, okay. Okay.
Where's the oil bin?
Bros. He fixed the outlets outside. It was like rotten and like. Let's see if I can show you guys a picture. That shit could have caused a fire, man. And he didn't even have to cut off the power. He did. He's a pro. Okay. Save image. Wow, bro, this dude. No wonder the power wasn't working outside. All hell broke loose yesterday. You look at that. That was the outlet outside that shorted all my internet yesterday. See, like the rust and stuff. Let me show you the side. We replaced it. Damn, bro, that's crazy. I guess maybe water damage or something. I don't know. Oh, thank you for reminding me. I'll mute the cam. Thank you. I'm out of it. Thank you. think I showed that. I don't know what I just showed. This. Yeah, dude, look at that. Oh my gosh. Jeez. Wow. He sent it to hoax. Whoa, we got more in the sky? What is that? Or is that planes? Or missiles? Whoa, whoa. I just saw a post from IG. There's people in Iran. Whoa! What is this? Oh, shit. The sky's lit up. They said their government have been collecting bodies and putting them all in schools? No way. When the U.S. strikes, they can blame the U.S. for all the casualties. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. I wouldn't put anything past them. Iron Dome. Oh yeah, something's going on. They're lighting it up. Woo! Skyline. Shine bright like a diamond. Wow. AK, thank you. Thank you so much. Damn, they're lighting up the skies, man. This is the Iron Dome, I guess. Sorry. Nighttime. All hell breaks loose. His name is President Trump has a press conference. He's not on the whitehouse.com. Let me see. No, he's not on any of the news stations. No, I don't see any press conference. People have been like all day. Oh, Trump's live. There's nothing. He is supposed to speak at some point. Did Tosi come back? Tosi. No, not yet. Oh, he has the live scheduled. So that's for 12 p.m. I maybe put the wrong time.
An emergency alert sent to families allowed them to book flights on a first-come, first-served basis. However, by 2 p.m. local time, officials announced departure flights were on hold pending further notice and instructed personnel to continue sheltering. Explosions were heard across Bahrain as residents took cover, but it remains unclear what specific targets were hit. U.S. Central Command did not immediately respond to a request for comment from Fox News, but we did want to share that post here with you on Live Now from Fox, or that update rather. But I do also want to share this post, as I was just saying. This is from the IDF. We heard them speaking. They put out a video message, not in English, but we do know that shortly ago alerts were activated in several areas across the country following the detection of missiles launched from Iran toward the country's territory. Now, in just about 20 minutes time, we are going to have an expert joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to get all of your questions answered. As I've said here earlier, my job as a journalist, our job here at Live Now from Fox, is to get your questions answered. So please write into us. And I am going to put up the QR code so you can do so. Scan that QR code in the top right-hand corner of your screen. You do that by opening up the smartphone, open up your smartphone and the camera app. You point and tap at the screen. It should take you to a page where you can write in your question, or head to livenowfox.com/connect. Please write in. Once again, in just about 20 minutes time here, we will be having an expert join us. We do want your questions answered, so please send those
No Trump yet.
way. In the meantime, I am going to bring you this live look out of Tel Aviv. We're going to go quiet here for just one moment. I just want to look through some of the latest information we're getting in here. Stay with us.
Quiet? You're not allowed to stay quiet. You hear that?
All right, so we've been getting a reaction here from social media, and thank you so much for staying with us on Live Now from Fox. We are just getting in here. We're working to put this up on your screen. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, who has been a critic of President Trump, has expressed support for Operation Epic Fury. The Prime Minister noted that despite repeated warnings from the international community, quote, Iran has never fully dismantled its nuclear programs, halted all enrichment activities, nor ended its support for regional terrorist proxy groups. Canada stands with the Iranian people in their long and courageous struggle against Iran's oppressive regime. Canada reaffirms Israel's right to defend itself and to ensure the security of its people. So Carney posting that to social media as we're working to get that up for you here. Going on to say Canada supports the United States. All right, so we do have it. So let me put that up for you as I continue to read the latest. Thank you to my producer, Markima. Let's read that quote for you again, saying, Canada stands with the Iranian people in their long and courageous struggle against Iran's oppressive regime. Canada reaffirms Israel's right to defend itself and to ensure the security of its people. Canada supports the United States, acting to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent its regime from further threatening international peace and security. Now, for those of you just tuning in here, we are getting these updates in rapidly. We are putting these up on your screen as we're seeing them for the first time. We have a whole team here working behind the scenes, working to get these reactions in here to you as we continue to learn this news as you do. We've heard from several lawmakers here today. We do know that House Speaker Mike Johnson was made aware that this was going to transpire. We are hearing from both Democrats and Republicans here as well this morning. As we continue to get these updates in, we will bring them to you. Now, as you can see, we do have a lot of people joining us. We have this viewer bug in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen that shows how many people are watching. And as people are waking up to this news, we do want to recap what we have.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm keeping an eye out for everything. I'm going to check the flight radar here in a second, too. I just wanted to label this. That's what I wanted to do. Label this over here so we know what we're looking at. This is not... Let me fix this, too. Yeah, it should be like that. IFA. We just kind of keep an eye on some different places. I have the audio on too, so we can hear the warning. I fell. So let me check. Yeah, let me check the news. What's going on? Woo! Been here. I don't even know how long anymore. Let's see. 7 hours? 7 hours. Rumble, what's up, Rumble? Make sure you guys follow me on Rumble. You too, follow me. Please hit the like if you haven't done so already. Let me check. Oh, there you go. Let me see. Okay, so that's the main screen here. Oh, there we go. Oh. Something. Oh, okay. All right. Thanks. All right. Bye. JLR's alive. Is he on the mountains? Iran's going crazy. That's why. Seven. Haifa. All right. All right, what are you guys thinking? How we feeling? Yes, right.
I'll go up to the Starbucks park, hop in his car, hook onto a Starlink, and then we'll pick up 857 Tucson. IRT Media is going to be following behind me.
That's
I don't
cool.
know who else is coming. I think there might be a convoy of people, a convoy of us to see what's going on.
JLR just got on. I guess they're talking about going to the mountain. Let's see what updates. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I was supposed to do that. Let's see if flight radar is still in the sky. Flight radar. Yeah, it's still circling. Is it still circling? Still circling, but now he's going somewhere else though. Moving. On the move. Where are they going? Going back? Where they go? Going back in another circle? Oh man, I don't know. We'll see. Let me see. Kuwait's state media said a drone strike the country's main airport on Saturday. I guess they're saying the airport got struck. Steimer. Let's turn back around. Maybe it's just doing another loop. School. Oh yeah, okay. I think I might get off for a while and take a break because I think I need to get some rest, take a break, because especially if it gets crazy later, I'm gonna be exhausted. So I'm gonna have to maybe take a break now while things are a little quiet. Looping around. Civilian casualty claims mount after reported Iran school strike. CENTCOM opens review. U.S. Central Command is investigating reports about the girls in school struck. We're aware of the reports concerning civilians. They're looking into it. What's it? 5 here, and then the other one says 60, though. Which one is it? Schumer demands Iran briefing for Congress. Calls on Senate immediately. You guys come. Yes, Schumer's pissed. Trump critic Carney expresses support. Yeah, that was just wow. What in the heck is going on? I took a testosterone shot. All right, let me see what you guys are saying. Let me get this off the screen. That thing's off. Iron Dome. Yeah, I'm exhausted. I think I'm gonna take a break. Put on a tinfoil. I want to take a break and reconnect the power stuff to the way it's supposed to be now that it's fixed. But I appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. Yeah, I can't believe it's been 7.5 hours. Holy crap, on super early this morning. And we'll see what else happens today. I mean, it's not going to stop, so I think get some rest, maybe nap, do a couple things, shower again. And we'll see if things spice up tonight. It might. Probably will. I'm going to keep all this information up here.